Good evening and welcome to the finale of Horror on the Orient Express. It is for real the end this time.
That's what you think.
No
We're
more
just going to
delays.
keep this shit going. We're going to find some side quests to do.
Didn't you see the title of the episode?
No. Can we get off at Paris?
Hey, you guys never went to the asylum.
That's true.
So, there is a bit of pressure on the characters to resolve whatever is going on. Due to some things that have happened, they have a very tight timetable as the baleful influence has begun mutation. So last session, our intrepid heroes were on the Orient Express, headed back to London to try to stop their nemesis, who has revealed himself, from whatever plans that he has. So Mehmet Makriat, the gentleman who teased all the way back in the first episode, died 3 times in one night, is apparently the one who has been pulling the strings behind the curtain and has taken control of the simulacrum. It kind of merged with him or something. It's kind of hard to say. And he kind of wore it as a suit of armor almost. And once he was finished kind of communing with the artifact, it broke apart into its separate pieces, and the characters overheard his plan to head to London to take care of things, and then the investigators followed. They believe they made it on the same train as him, and it appeared so when one of the crew, Clifton, was poisoned, as members of the cult appear to be on the train as well, trying to stop them. But they are trying to keep a low profile for now. On the other hand, the investigators are dealing with some changes as their time without the simulacrum is starting to take a toll on their bodies. All of them are experiencing strange ailments based off of their which parts of the simulacrum they had. So we finished off with them undergoing their transformations of their body about halfway across Europe, or about a third of the way, halfway, somewhere in that range, headed towards Calais and then across the channel to Dover and then on to London. That is the goal, yet they are not entirely sure why. So let's pick up for the finale here. You guys are in the sleeper car, and Clifton is unconscious at this point. What are you guys up to?
Can I rest?
Muted.
Oh, what do you want to draw? That's the better question.
Josh, can I get a sense of how much time we have left by like reading up on stuff and like just, I don't know, knowledge that I've collected?
How much time you have left as far as like before your body's like warped to the point that, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
You're guessing maybe a couple of days.
Oh, good.
So probably not a long time after you guys would get to London.
Right. Okay.
You have maybe a day after you get to London.
Uh-oh, our video froze.
Oh,
What the? A day?
mm-hmm.
How
We're
far
gonna
out?
pause for a second here because
Okay.
apparently.
Oh, it looks like it's resumed. Okay, it's fixed now. Yeah, it's fixed now. Okay.
Okay. Sorry about that, folks.
Just keep mentioning it if it happens.
Yeah. Best guess based off of what you had found on the simulacrum and the kind of the information you're able to glean is that you've got about a day after you guys get back to London.
And how far are we out from our berth in London? How
About a
long?
day and a half. A little bit more than that. Not much more.
Do we still think the dude is on the train, or
Oh, he's definitely on the train. He's
Yeah,
just
we-
he's disguised magically.
Yeah, I think at the end there we narrowed it down potentially to like I had spotted two people who looked suspicious, and it was I can't remember her name now.
an Egyptian dude and a countess, right?
Yeah, and I think there was one who was in our car who we were thinking is probably the one. I'm trying to scroll back here.
The Egyptian guy. Rama. Yep. Nice.
I think we
So-
weren't we thinking it was the woman though, because she was
Yeah.
the one who was looking like
Oh yeah, she's in your car as well.
She looked
Like-
curious. He looked annoyed.
he looked annoyed, which is a weird reaction. I mean, it could be either one,
Well,
but
it's weird unless he's just some super highborn sociopath who doesn't care about anybody.
yeah, but her reaction was more like not what you would expect a person to have. It was like curious and in a kind of cold way.
But would he react that way?
Honestly, they both seem weird to be. They don't seem to fit.
Sure.
The guy.
But what do we do? I mean, we can't exactly confront them.
Yeah.
Why
Because if
not?
either one of them is Mehmet, then he's gonna smack us up.
He's presumably immune to traditional arms, right?
Well, we have an
Even-
No,
enchanted
oh, yeah.
bullet.
Did you miss that? We have enchanted bullets now.
Yep.
Oh, I did miss that. Yes, I mean I saw
Yes.
it on the chat, but I'm now remembering that I saw it on the chat. Yes. Okay, so those are going to pierce his skin theoretically, at least assuming he's
Yeah,
not.
so we have-
wearing-
Best you can tell, yes.
As a reminder,
One way to
Clifton.
find out.
As a reminder,
Yes, please.
Clifton has 4 sidearm bullets and 6 shotgun shells that are enchanted.
Nice. Thank you.
Simon has 6 handgun bullets and 2 rifle bullets,
Oh.
and Silvio has 14 shots in his revolvers.
Sorry, you said 4 handgun and 6 shotgun, right?
Yes.
I'm just gonna
So yeah, maybe if we found him, we could just shoot the shit out of him with enchanted bullets.
That
just
sounds
tear
like a
him
good
shreds.
plan to me.
And this
But,
time it
like-
might actually work, unlike every other time we've tried that.
But if we do that, I mean, we've just shot a person in broad daylight on a train car. We're gonna get immediately.
Yeah. Like a
Yeah,
high
that's
on a
the-
train.
The alternative is we let this person get to their destination, which
That sounds like. On the
doesn't
one
sound great
hand,
to me.
on the one hand, I don't like the idea of him reaching the place he wants to get to, but on the other hand, it's the only way we're gonna learn more about what his plan is. And that's the only way we can. Well, maybe not the only way, but it's one of the main ways that we can like stop him.
Yeah,
Is if we
unless we
figure out what his plan is.
shoot him down on the street.
Well, the other
Well,
thing we can do is we can try to break into whatever berth he's in. He might have notes or something.
Yeah, I think the other thing I was thinking about in the last 5 minutes in character, out of character in the last 2 weeks, is that if we want to destroy these things, we do still have to get them back to the shunned moss. So the further we get away from it, we're gonna have to go all the way back. And
Well,
lots of things can happen in that time.
I mean, okay, but the distance between Paris and London is not that far. Like, especially
Well,
in the
we're
grand
not.
scheme of.
I don't
Are
think
we
we're
not to
till
Paris?
Paris yet, right? We're still pretty early on the line, I think.
You guys are about halfway across Europe at this point. But no, what Ian's saying is you were told that it has to be destroyed in Constantinople, and you guys are going to be in London when you have it.
I remember
If
that.
you get
I just don't know. We kind of need to prioritize one task at a time here. I feel like right now the big bad guy has everything he needs to do something horrific that might be world domination / world ending, and like interrupting that should be our priority versus destroying the simulacrum itself. I mean, that kind of needs to be secondary, I think.
Well, he
You know,
seemed to be under the impression that we could stop him. And he seemed to be a little bit worried about it. So,
right? Hence the poisoning, right?
yeah,
he
so
w-
there must be a way to stop him.
Yeah, my theory, my current theory is because we've read somewhere that it requires an ongoing sacrifice to control the simulacrum's power. So I think bonding with the simulacrum weakened him.
Ooh, that's interesting. Okay,
That's my working theory, but I
Okay,
don't know
interesting.
how or why.
that makes sense. And I do remember from the scene where he bitch slapped the guy to death that like it was he had to like take off the simulacrum suit, right? He couldn't just wear it constantly.
I
Yeah,
mean, yeah, it hurt him to do that, but he also did like slap someone to death. So
Right. No, I mean obviously he's dangerous
he's
when
still
he's wearing the
strong.
whole thing. When he's in his simulacrum mech suit, but like he can't wear it like for that long. Like it clearly cost a lot.
And I'll form the head.
He plays his little flute.
Yeah. No, I have the flute.
Oh yeah,
Katarina
that's
has
right.
the flute.
You can just take control of it, right?
But like it's not like he can't wear it. It doesn't seem like he can wear it constantly. At least not for now. He probably, I would guess, whatever he's seeking in London would allow him to wear it constantly.
There seems like
So
there's limits, and like kind of what we talked about last time is why choose poison. If he was truly all powerful, he could just come in and murder us.
right,
So
right.
there seem to be limits. Like
He's
if we
currently
do
vulnerable.
confront him, is he just gonna murder us in front of everyone? I mean, he might, but
No, I think you guys are right though. I think it's costing him too much right now. And I would, like I said, I would guess that whatever he's seeking in London, that's going to be the end of it. Like he will have no limitation on his power once he gets that. So we need to interrupt him in before he gets. Like he expended a lot of energy with his little coup, you know, in the cult.
Mm-hmm. So I think either we try to narrow down who it is and then confront, or we lay some kind of bait and trap. I don't know.
Problem is we
so
don't know what his goal is. So I don't.
with this conversation going on, let's say this is happening, over the course of the next hour or so. Clifton has woken up and discovered, the horrible mutations on everybody's bodies,
Including his own leg.
Yep. So
Who's got the
that
head?
way
Who's
we
got
could.
the head thing?
Huh?
That would be Cat.
How's that manifesting?
I don't remember.
Yeah, I guess we also have like a time limit on our lives potentially.
Yes,
So.
we do. We have like a day and a half.
Oh, we probably don't have a ton of time to figure this out.
But we do have like a day before we get to Paris or London, and we don't have any time to waste. Is the main thing, right? So, because we're all gonna die from this baleful influence.
I feel like we should do something this night.
What was the logic in thinking that it was the Countess and not the Imhotep guy or something Hotep?
That was just my read on their reactions. It could be wrong.
Okay.
But...
It was the Egyptian dude seemed annoyed at the spectacle of Clifton almost dying.
Yeah, like
and the Countess seemed
almost.
fascinated. Was that the deal?
Yeah. Like, here's someone in pain. That's fun. That's interesting.
Imhotep.
Like an ant with missing 3 legs, like trying to get somewhere and just like watching it and sort of giggling at it.
Kind of what I imagined, yeah.
Yeah.
I guess how would we find out which one it is?
I mean, we could just
Are we gonna do a blood test?
Well, he's not me. I mean, you can probably rule me out on that one, at least, right?
Any one of us could be John Carpenter's The Thing.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh God, this is gonna. Sure.
Let's go for it.
Okay, this is a noble endeavor, but also we wouldn't be having these cursed effects going on if it wasn't us.
Ah, hey, she's got a good point there.
Yes, that's true.
Did you watch any of us cast the spell just earlier?
Every power is limited. Every
Okay,
form of
no,
power is limited.
that's fine. Let's do this. Question that only everyone would know. It's classic. It's a trope for a reason.
Someone figure it out then. What question? Something to do with Paris? Yeah.
No one can remember that, Simon.
Okay, wait, hold on.
Sure if
Hold on. I
anybody
got
here can
it.
count that high.
Where did we get the scroll in Dream Luzon? There we go. Okay, crap though. As soon as one person answers, everyone else has the answer.
No. That's a question for Simon. Just Simon. Okay.
Nice.
So you're good.
No flamethrower for you.
Clifton, what's the name of the person you were keenly interested in on the way to Milan?
Shit. Look at the note. Hold on here.
I think we can assume that Clifton would remember.
Get him!
You stab. I think we can assume that Clifton would remember the name if you're really Clifton.
Yeah, he totally would. I just can't remember her name now. It's been like several sessions. I'm looking here. I can't find it.
Yeah, I don't remember either. Yeah.
Oh, right. It's Katrina. Something with another C sound. He would totally know, though. He would obviously know, right? I mean, he would obviously know.
That's fine.
I just can't remember the freaking name. Katarina Catanzano or something like that. Wow, I thought my notes were more extensive than this.
Close enough. We're like, wow, we thought you liked that girl a lot more than you actually did, huh?
He didn't murder a guy like for her, so I mean,
for her.
Well,
yes,
I don't think he would have cut his throat if it wasn't for all the things that he did to his, love interest.
Thank you, Josh. I forgot about that detail.
What?
I don't know either.
Yeah, she doesn't know.
Yeah, why would you ask that?
How about
Yeah.
What's the name of your beloved companion?
So her mouth is pretty dry, so she like coughs for a second and manages to mumble out Cherna Kochka.
I don't know what the first part of the name, but okay, that's passes.
That's out.
All right, so is it just Ian left? I mean,
Yeah.
Silvio left.
How many fascists have you killed?
The answer is not enough.
Where did we put
Yeah,
the
that is
fascists?
the correct answer.
At this
Where do we
point,
put?
sorry, go on.
Oh, it's where do we put the fascists from Milan? Outside the theater. Where do we put them?
In the sewer where they belong.
Yeah, in the sewer. That's-
At this point, Katerina takes a seat on the nearby bed and is just like cradling her head like this.
Can I get some bananas or potatoes or something? My stomach's feeling really, really bad.
I wish we would.
We have to move quickly.
Yeah,
Okay,
when we were leaving, was everyone else kind of clearing out of the I can't even remember what it's called, this lawn car too? Or were the other people in there kind of staying behind?
The people in the salon car were mostly staying behind. Some people left because,
Yeah.
somebody just kind of keeled over, but
I mean, we
Lot of-
could take a quick peek and see if they're still in there, and if they are, then we can break into their rooms while they're in the salon car. That's step one.
It's something.
See if they have the pieces in their room, because I think if we can get the pieces, then that at least puts the ball in our court.
But who do we know who can break into rooms?
That's true. No one.
I think
Yeah, we'll
Josh
call
is
that plan
underestimating
B.
our ability to waste time. We're gonna spend the first 2 hours of the session trying to break into one person's room.
okay.
Sure.
Yeah. So what's the code?
How about this? I just like roll up my sleeve and show the black mold that's like crawling its way down my arm slowly.
Well, okay, but also verbal, because that could be fabricated by a person. Yeah.
You can
But
be
I'm serious.
fabricated. Okay. Yes.
We'll just have a code word. Whatever.
Oh gosh, come on. Okay, yeah. So we think of a code word.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, right. So the point is we had the conversation. Moving on.
You have the ability to verify each other's identities.
Cool.
Okay.
We did it.
Great. Thank you.
Okay.
So I actually am in favor of at least trying to break into people's. It seems too easy, but I think we should try it at least, especially because what else are we doing on this thing, anyways, right? So
Yeah.
like.
Yeah. So maybe the stealthiest of us can go peek in the salon car and see if those two people are still there.
Kind of
okay.
sounds like Simon's doing all the work for this task.
I could do that part, and then he could do the other. Well, never mind.
Dude, the last time you went to the salon car, you got poisoned.
Yeah, well, sure, but I wasn't trying to be stealthy. I don't know. Whatever. Well, oh well. That's fine. Continue on with whatever you're
How
talking about.
about well, we don't even have to check to see if they're still in the salon car. We could just knock. Presumably, if they're in there, they'll answer.
Yep.
That's fine. That's fine with me. Yep, I will be right behind you.
Can you imagine if he's actually directly next to us?
Yeah, this is gonna be a really awkward situation. How is this gonna play out here? Because
He's just listening in the whole time.
It's just, this is gonna be okay. Let's see how this plays out. Uh,
I think the
Can we
walls
say
are
that
all
I'm in-
thick and he could just hear every word. Oh, should we break into his room?
Okay.
Before we leave, I'm setting my elder sign at the door to the berth that we're all just chatting in.
Mm-hmm. I believe
should
you
I
did
be
that
bringing
last
my
session.
shotgun?
Did I? I don't think I did.
What?
Okay.
No, bring your sidearm though.
Yeah,
Okay.
bring a weapon of some kind.
Can I bring my sword? Is that a thing that could be? Oh, never mind. It's not gonna work.
Yeah, no one's gonna think that's weird. Walking
It's
around,
also not gonna work on a
walking around
screaming
carrying
head,
a
so it's
sword,
fine. No sword. No sword.
Is this the way to the fencing room?
fencing car. Oh god, what a terrible sport to be doing on a train.
Yeah.
You just stumble and like.
No answer.
Do it.
Freaking. Can I
Don't know.
listen and hear if there's any response, even the slightest noise?
Roll listen.
Can I do that too?
That's a big fail. Nope.
Silvio's the one knocking, so no.
No.
Oh, it's you that was knocking? Oh, then. Okay.
Yep.
Sorry, I misheard then. So yeah, with you listening, since you're the one at the door, you do not hear anything on the other side of the door.
Clifton or Silvio, perhaps one of you should stay by the entrance to the car and like be on the lookout.
I can do that.
Yeah, someone
Just
who can
whistle if you see
distract someone for a
some
little bit.
staff or something walk by.
Yeah. Ooh.
That's an extreme.
Extreme.
Yeah, pretty much. You breathe heavily in its direction.
You just glare at it, and it goes, "Okay, okay, okay." I didn't know. Sorry.
Yep. Yeah, it pops open. Yeah, you open it up and nobody's inside.
Ground.
Yeah, I'm gonna help Simon roll the place and see if we see anything that looks roughly
Yeah, me too.
simulacrum shaped.
Hidden.
I would like spot hidden from everybody who's searching.
Ooh, I got an extreme success.
Oof, another failure. But
Extremely.
I'm not gonna bother spending luck because you guys, did pretty well.
Okay. So for Simon, you actually find there are a whole bunch of you guys. I just want to make sure you were searching Ramahotet's.
Yes.
Room.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
You do find a bunch of Egyptian antiquities and some Middle Eastern antiquities, but mostly Egyptian antiquities. Yeah, they appear to be packed away for transport, but they seem like, pretty valuable objet d'art.
But harmless.
What was that?
But harmless?
Well, Kat, what you
Okay.
find with your extreme success is you find that the paperwork doesn't quite match up. These are probably forgeries.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Mhm.
If they were real, they would be worth thousands. But you don't know that they're not real yet, even with the extreme success. They are
But
very,
nothing,
very difficult.
nothing of no eldritch quality to them. Nothing that registers
no.
anything in my. Okay.
Nope.
Well, I do believe this man is up to no good, but I don't believe he's the man we're looking for.
Let's see ourselves out.
Yeah. No, I
It's not like the police.
No, but be careful with your lingo.
Oh no, I thought you meant you were tossing everything out the window. Too late.
I am returning all of those objects. I'm returning all of those objects that
Okay.
we found.
Next
Okay.
stop.
Is the Countess? Yes.
Where's her room?
I think that was the next step.
Costanza?
Yeah, I was like, it's George Costanza's ancestor.
Ancestor, yep.
Is that just a big Seinfeld reference?
I'm
'Cause-
confused.
The first name's also Elena.
No, this definitely is not,
Okay.
because this is from the first edition of this campaign, which was out before Seinfeld existed.
Yeah.
So,
Oh, okay. Seinfeld took the name. Yeah.
There you go. So Seinfeld takes place in the mythos. Now we know.
Yeah.
That explains a lot. Yeah.
yeah,
That explains Kramer.
Kramer's actually a
Yeah, Kramer's just a low sanity investigator. All right,
Oh.
let's do it.
So nothing. Nobody there. Pretty much.
Great.
Tap,
Yeah.
Open.
Go picking
Not quite as
again.
fast as last time. You actually have to pull out some tools for this one, but yeah, you're able to pop it open pretty quick. Not like the locks on these doors are super fancy, because Orient Express is not expecting people to, be breaking into rooms. Shows what they know. Room is empty. It is very noticeable that this is a woman's room compared to the last one, as you see dresses hung up and a little kind of jewelry box on the end table, or at least what counts as an end table in here.
Let's search it.
Okay.
Let's spot some hidden.
Hard success.
I'm still on lookout, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Unless you don't want to be.
No, good. I'll give me that guy.
So, Silvio, to you, just appears to be a normal woman's room. Nothing special. She's got nice jewelry, but not too nice. Nice dresses, but not too nice. This is the room of a woman who, lives an upper class life, and style matters to her. Simon, with an extreme success, you do notice a little something else. You actually find, as you're kind of going through stuff, that there is a pad of paper, and looking to see what was written on it previously, you rub some pencil across it to see what was written previously, and you find what appears to be a letter to Sir Douglas Rutherford.
That sounds familiar.
Who the fuck is that? The Janus Society?
Yes, he actually was.
You laughed. You laughed at me. You laughed at me.
Mm-hmm.
That's a callback. Haven't heard from them in a while.
Yep.
I don't remember who they were.
He was not, no.
No. I don't remember what Rutherford's position was, or
It never
Are
came
they
up.
the one who
It was hinted that they were relatively high up in the organization, but
Right. Are they is that the person who introduced Professor Smith?
could
Trying to
be. I have to double check my notes.
There was someone who like introduced him and then like he took over and started doing his chat. I don't remember. Oh well. So what's the letter say?
So the letter says, and I'm sorry I don't have a prop for this one.
Womp womp.
Let's see.
Didn't
I have yet to
myself.
make contact, but they are aboard. I will find out. I will find out what they did with the item and help them.
And
Oh,
help them.
hey,
What they
she's a
did with the
potential ally.
that would make sense if she's with the Janus Society. Maybe she's sent by Beddoes and Smith.
Or does Professor?
That would make a lot of sense. We should. That might kind of explain why she was curious too, because maybe she was like, "What the fuck is going on with dude over here who I know?"
Yeah, for sure.
Okay, well, we need to make contact then.
And I checked, and and Douglas Rutherford was mentioned as being a higher member up, but you guys did not meet him at any point.
Okay. Cool. Well, it's a lead one way or another.
Yeah.
So yeah, we should definitely.
Find her and talk to her.
Yes, I'm surprised she hasn't come to us.
Yeah, that is weird. If she was
Well, our
Well,
enemies are
maybe she's-
strangers, so
So here's my thought. Maybe they're worried that we, because we were supposed to destroy the relic in Istanbul, but we didn't. So maybe they're worried that we went rogue or something. So that's why she's like not made contact yet, and because the letter explicitly says they don't know what we did with it, so they don't know that Mehmet has it. They don't know that Mehmet's on the train.
So it seems like Mehmet is just hiding out somewhere then on the train and somehow put in through
He could be a staff
a
member.
third party or something.
He could be a
well,
staff.
not
He could
just
be
hiding
posing
out.
as a
He's
staff
hiding out
member.
and
He could be
poisoning
anyone.
people. Just
Yeah.
for the record.
I mean, fine. All right. How do we make contact with her without alerting Mehmet through our presence? Oh, well, just leave a note. Leave a note in her berth to come to our berth.
Make sure you're not followed.
Yeah, yeah.
Trust
Here's
no
the
one.
code word.
No. I don't think Rama is. I think that's
Rama's
just a
just a con
red
man.
Yeah.
herring. Bad guy. No. Well,
Unlikely.
We don't know, but
unless it's like a really deep con, I doubt
Mhm.
it. It's not him. Well, I guess we don't know for sure, but I don't think it's him. Those relics, the paperwork that he had, and those artifacts that we found in his berth, are likely forgeries or fakes.
That would be a good cover, though.
I mean, it's an elaborate cover. Someone who doesn't need it. That's true. Okay, that's true. That's true. I still don't.
Yeah, I agree.
Our
I still
evidence is
think-
extremely limited.
I think it's unlikely that it's Rama, but we shouldn't just write off the possibility.
Sure, that's fair. But we need to get in touch
on
with
that
the...
same note, though, then we can't write off the Countess either. Oh boy, how are we gonna do that?
There's a lot of people on that. We could just break into each person's room one by one.
No, I think we
Work our way down the train.
leave a note in the Countess's room. Presumably Mehmet doesn't know that we found her, right? So we just leave a note here, say, come to our birth tonight or something. Don't be followed. She comes and meets with us. We figure out what her deal is.
Yeah, I think we should take a chance on the Countess. I think it's. I want to. First, I feel like it's unlikely she is the big bad. And
And if
if
I'm
she
wrong,
is,
what are the chances this is the last session? Right? Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
too meta, too meta.
Yeah, so let's just leave a note and then figure out what we're gonna do while we wait.
I mean, Silvio's the most experienced in spycraft, right? So I think Silvio should write the note.
Sure.
Okay. If that's what you want.
I mean,
Sylvia,
whatever. I don't know what to
right.
write. Make it cryptic and fun. I don't know. Whatever. Just write something. Just...
Yeah. Let's see. What should we say? I think the best is something that's very short, but will be obvious that it's us to her, but not to anyone else. So
Could just be like, we could use your help. Meet us in so and so birth. Don't be followed. How about that? Open to suggestions.
That's pretty good, but I think one more line identifying us would help so that she knows that's not coming from an adversary.
is there something from the society that we can mention? Would be like
we have mutual friends. What about just we have mutual friends? Or yeah, just the Janus symbol. Do we have?
Sure.
Is there?
Yeah, that would work.
Yep.
Is there a emblem or something?
Yeah, it's Janice's head looking both ways.
Cool.
Right,
we
'cause
would know that. So
Right. Yeah. I forgot it was the.
yeah, let's just keep it short and sweet. We could meet us and then with the little society drawing, and then
yeah.
I think that should be good.
Okay. So you leave the note, and we are going to pause for our 8 o'clock break. So when we come back from break, we'll see if she responds. So thank you all. We'll be back in a little bit. Welcome back. Thank you for sticking with us through our break. So, when we had gone to break, the investigators had left a note for a woman who appears to be from the Janus Society, possibly even here to help them out. So you had left a note in her room and then just returned to your guys' rooms, or did you all go back to the one and wait together?
I think we're all hanging out in the same berth.
Okay.
Yeah, let's just give it a little bit.
So, you guys head back to your room, and after about a half an hour, there is a knock on the door to your berth.
Is there a
Shoot
peephole?
through the door.
Al?
What was that?
Is there a peephole?
There is.
I'll take a look.
Open the
It
door,
is
toss a
a.
grenade.
Oh, what was that?
Nothing. I said open the door, toss a grenade.
It is a young woman dressed very well.
Is it her?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
I forgot you had seen her in the.
Yes,
the
we
film.
had.
Yes, it
I was
is
gonna
her.
say just like Countess facsimile. I'll turn to everyone and I'll do this kind of emotion, and then I'll swing the door open and make this kind of a.
So she's kind of looking at all of you guys, and she has a very wary look on her face. Kind of. It doesn't take a psychology roll to tell that she is very unsure about you guys.
Thank you for meeting us.
Did she enter?
Yeah.
Okay.
She's inside, the door closed. Yeah.
Okay. So close the door behind her.
Yeah.
Yeah. Did anyone
Thank you
follow?
for meeting us.
Oh, what did you say, Clifton?
Just thank you for meeting us.
And then what did you say, Kat?
Did anyone follow you?
No. At least nobody that could be seen.
You were the Janus Society.
Yes.
How did you get on the train with us? Have you been following us?
I was hoping to make contact with you in Constantinople to aid in your efforts.
Ah, well,
And
that didn't happen.
whatever happened, the artifact was not destroyed and you are on the train. So I decided to follow you at that point.
Yeah, about that. There was a complication.
And that would be, and you can tell she's very much all business right now. This is not the
Sure.
socialite.
Can I get a quick read if she seems like she's telling the truth or not? Do I sense any shiftiness? I'm very suspicious ever since we got betrayed.
Same here.
Psychology check, please.
Ugh, I fail.
Where's my...
hard success.
Ooh, nice.
Okay. Just...
So Silvio and Clifton, she does appear to be telling the truth, yes.
Okay.
We were ambushed.
Well, betrayed and ambushed.
Sure. The simulacrum was taken. They had eyes on our hotel room. They knew where it was. They knew who we were. They have it. And one of them is on board this train.
Not just one of them, the one.
Well,
He
something like that.
completed some kind of ritual to take control or unite the pieces, and we think he's on the train and has the pieces here too.
We're pretty confident he's on the train because he poisoned me.
And yet, you're still here. Come on, be
Wow.
chipper. I'm just kidding.
What doesn't kill you?
Was more than a little concerned that it would be something like this. And she looks kind of annoyed by this. Okay. What is it you need from me to prove my identity? Well, it was Professor Smith before he died.
Oh no!
When did he pass?
Excuse me?
As best as we could figure out the evening before you had left.
What? No, he was alive.
Or was he?
No,
were
he
we?
died in a house fire.
Right. He totally died in the house fire.
His body was found a few days later while searching through the rubble.
But
What
we
about
all
now?
exchanged looks, clearly, obviously. And now we're
Who's your contact now?
Now I am, and she looks again annoyed. Now I am primarily in contact with Sir Rutherford, as he has been taking over some of the projects that Professor Smith was working on, and found notes and references to the job that he was entrusting you with. We weren't even sure that he had passed on the information to you until we did a bit of digging after it was found out that he had passed, and we had found that you had left on the train already, so it is clear that he had given you the job already. For the first time, you actually notice a little bit of emotion as she looks kind of concerned at this. And Silvio, you have been in enough gunfights to see the motion that she makes with her hand. Looks like she's getting ready to pull a pistol out of her purse, but she doesn't immediately, go for it. But you recognize that hand movement, and she's like, "What exactly brings you on this adventure then?" I'd wondered why you had continued to Constantinople after recovering the last piece.
Why? We were told it could only be destroyed in Constantinople.
Yep. That's why we went there.
By the person who sent you on this
Yeah.
little quest.
Oh,
No, it
Beddoes.
doesn't need
all
to.
four of us are like.
Doesn't need to be
Beddoes was
destroyed
in it.
anywhere in particular. Just needs, at least from what we could find, it just needs the artifact and the scrolls, and it can be destroyed anywhere.
Remember how we kept talking about how we were conveniently bringing everything directly where the cult wanted it to be?
Okay, Clifton literally punches the wall. Like, he's so angry about this. He's
She almost jumps at this, and her hand does go in her purse, but
blamed like
doesn't
a
come out.
fiddle.
That's true.
To lure us there?
Yeah,
Walk
yeah,
right
we
through their
didn't need
hand.
to bring everything right. Yeah. Well, okay. What's done is done.
Good. Where?
We we don't know. Yeah. Have you seen anyone suspicious? Train?
Well, aside from you, no.
Mhm.
The man who betrayed us in Istanbul, he, I believe he has the ability to alter his appearance.
She looks a little skeptical, but not as much as you'd expect from, a normal person.
I'll dig through my notes and I hand her the spell scroll that we found in Milan. Baccia's spell scroll.
She kind of quickly glances over the translation. Okay. What was
I
that?
know that
Yeah.
I know that these I know that this is real.
Can I ask? We were brought together because we have various skills. What skills do you have?
My employment with the British government has opened doors, shall we say.
She like MI6? This is awesome. I don't know, but
No.
Yeah, I was
no, probably not. No.
MI6 was founded after World War II.
Yeah. They have some other agency. I can't remember what the.
It's like the CIA and a
Yeah.
bunch of other things, I would guess. But
Uh-huh.
okay, so
We don't know what they look like because they could be assuming any form, but we need to find them. I need to find the pieces. We're assuming they have the pieces on them.
So why do they need to go to London? I still don't understand that. They had the scrolls, they had the simulacrum. They had everything. Why London? Why does he need to go to London? What's in London?
probably some ancient.
Well,
Mm-hmm. Yep.
I don't know enough to actually say, but from what you're telling me, definitely can't be for anything good.
Do you have any knowledge of how to destroy the simulacrum? Because as far as we know, we needed the scrolls to do it, but we never were able to get them in one place.
The only thing that we were able to find in the notes is that one of the scrolls has a ritual of cleansing for people impacted by the artifact, and one of the other scrolls has essentially a way to destroy it. It was not described as a ritual, but it is presumed so.
Okay, so it's on one particular scroll. Okay.
Hmm. If he is able to change his face, that would be difficult, but given time, could probably weed out somebody who is not behaving as their identity dictates they should.
We don't have much time.
And I would like everybody to make a listen check.
Uh-oh.
Oh boy.
That doesn't bode well.
Ooh, extreme success.
Ooh,
Oh, snap.
okay.
Success.
So for the two of you who succeeded, you notice that the sound of the wheels on the track that's been ever present on your journeys,
Boy.
they've kind of changed a little bit. You're not quite able to put your finger on how. At least Clifton is not. Silvio, you can tell that it doesn't sound like metal on metal anymore.
Do you
Something's
mention
wrong.
this?
Do you hear that? Yeah.
What? Hear what? Now that I'm listening more intently, do I?
Kind of like Clifton, you're able to notice once you're specifically listening for it, the sound of the wheels has changed.
So
It's like we're
Katerina
not on
goes
the tracks
immediately.
anymore.
Katerina goes immediately pale because I think she knows. She knows. She knows. She knows.
Whoa.
Can I
That
can
has
I
like
get a
gone so
sense?
great for us.
Can I roll dream lore to get a sense for what's going on here? Because I think we've just traveled into the dreamlands or something.
You can roll dream lore.
Okay. I'm gonna spend some luck on that because I don't want to fail that. So what is that? 12?
Yep.
Yeah. I'll go ahead and spend it.
So yeah, this is definitely not the Dreamlands, and this is not dreams leaking into reality. This is, if anything, almost hyper real. You have a feeling like this is pretty much the opposite of dreaming. It's like the world is waking up.
Okay.
I will peek out the window without putting myself in front of the window. I'm just, peeking out of it from the side.
So you can't quite lean out far enough to see the wheels, but you are noticing that there's a lot of smoke and steam coming from the engine in front, and a lot of the tracks and the ground to the sides are mostly obscured by said smoke and steam. You do, however, take notice of something that is unexplainable. The walls of the car that you're in, when you look down, they're kind of a grayish green, which is not the color they're supposed to be. They're normally kind of red and brown with some gold lettering and very fancy looking, but this looks like a grayish green and almost older and leathery on the outside.
Oh, cool. I
The
think our time has run out,
the
everyone.
last time I dreamt last night, I dreamed of this train. The way it was when we were traveling between the waking world and Dream Luzon. And I saw it from the outside. And it didn't look like a train. It looked like a living organism.
Oh, joy.
I think that's what's happening right now.
I'm going to touch
Is
the
my
wall. What does it
shotgun-
feel like?
Doesn't feel like wood. You can't quite place yourself, or can't quite place what it is, but does not feel like wood. I
We're
am,
not in
however,
Kansas anymore.
I am going to give you a let's see. What am I going to have you roll for this? I'm going to have you roll intelligence, basically an
Okay.
idea check.
Just regular success.
Okay. So while it doesn't feel right, it still kind of looks like, the wooden walls that you're used to. But when you have your hand on it, you can very faintly feel it almost pulsate, like it's
Oh my
breathing or something.
Feels
It's
my
like the
shotgun
walls
daddy?
breathing.
barely able to feel it.
I think you were right about living organism.
From the front, when I saw it, it looked like a gaping maw. Not thinking.
Elena's looking very concerned by all this crazy talk. Well, crazy talk.
Hold on. Mike. No. Wait a second, though. Just wait a second. Is she... Can I don't know if it's a psychology roll or whatever. Like, is she not seeing what we're seeing?
You have no idea.
Oh, I thought we were all seeing this.
No, we're all seeing it now. Right?
Silvio saw the change in color on the outside and felt the breathing, but the only thing that you guys have noticed is the different sound coming from the wheels.
Oh,
It
okay.
it might.
Thank you for the... Okay.
Okay.
I see.
This might also be an effect of the simulacrum. Its influence. I don't. It could be anything. It might not be. It could just be an effect of the simulacrum being on board the train.
I am going to grab my shotgun. I'm going...
We didn't move. We didn't enter the Dreamlands, if that's what you're asking.
Can I look at the window? Well, no, I was
probably
gonna
not.
say I'm gonna wrap it in a sheet, but yeah, I'm gonna wrap it in a sheet.
Do we hear any sounds of like door opening, people talking, any panic happening, any reaction around us?
Not yet.
What does outside look like? Not yet. He says.
Yeah.
What does the outside look like?
Oh God.
Out.
We have a porthole, right? We can look outside.
If you lean out the window, you can see part of the train, or are you just looking at the land around you?
I'm just gonna look out the... No, I'm not poking my head out the window. I'm just gonna look out the window.
I push him.
Everything looks normal, at least as far as you can tell for this part of Europe.
Yeah, either our friend is making this happen or just somebody.
Elena, are you seeing any of this? Listen to the train tracks.
I'll tell her to take a look at the train, peek out the window. Take a look at the side of the train. See if you see what I see.
Push her out.
Here, NPC, poke your head out the...
He edges past you guys and looks out the window, looks back. Okay, that is definitely unusual.
Okay, so you see it too. Okay.
You see it too.
Uh-huh. That's kind of hard to miss.
Good. We've seen a lot of things, so we wanted to make sure. Okay, well, we can't just sit here. We have to go do something.
No, I agree.
Yeah. Yes, I agree.
I think that's a good start. Before we head out, can I roll Cthulhu Mythos to try to get a better sense of what the fuck is going on?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I start rummaging through my notes.
Ooh.
I get a success.
Yeah.
No, I think I succeeded once before.
It's because I let you spend luck. You had succeeded.
Oh, you're
Yeah,
right.
me
Yeah.
too, but it was because of luck. Yeah, specifically, yeah.
So yeah, there is definitely some sort of like hardcore eldritch magic going on here. You can't quite place your finger on it, but this, despite the fact that you had something revealed to you in your dreams about this is definitely nothing to do with the Dreamlands or
Sure.
anything like that.
I was seeing the future. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. I relay that to everyone. Like there's some ritual going on, some arcane energy being unleashed, transforming this train.
It-
I'm willing to bet whatever this is, it has something to do with Mimit's plan and the simulacrum's presence.
hey, just a side note: did the Cats of Ulthar ever actually help us? Besides Kochka, I mean, like we had a
They gave us a
common cause
cultist that healed you.
Okay, I couldn't. Yeah, all right. Right. I mean, I remember him saying like we're common cause allies, but they'd cast us aside at the earliest convenience. But I didn't. Okay. Anyways,
Just don't say that out loud while they're listening.
we're whispering. Yeah.
Yep. Let's head. We're
I'm
the
definitely
engine.
bringing the shotgun though, wrapped in a bed sheet. It's wrapped in a bed sheet. I don't care though. There's other weird stuff going on. People can deal with it.
Okay. Yeah, maybe. So, yeah, you guys are heading for the engine?
Yes, we are. Hey,
Yeah.
side note, I seem to recall I have a bonus die that I feel like I banked from last session. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Actually, you have two because one was given to you on the session that you were gone. Somebody spent points, but
And
yeah.
I don't think I used mine last session either, but I don't remember.
You did.
Okay.
I don't remember what the test was, but you got a success on it because
That's
I
fine.
commented.
Yeah.
Because you had like 2 or 3 banked up and you used several of them.
My character sheet had nothing marked off for successes, so I just assumed I failed every single test.
Apparently, you have another one according to the chat.
Aw, thank you. Yay.
Thank you, audience. So we're booking it towards the engine room. Yes.
Are you trying to be surreptitious, or are you being you actually booking your way?
I think a hustle is appropriate.
Yeah.
Maybe not full speed drawing super duper attention, but like
Yeah.
we're going.
Power walking.
Power walking, yeah.
Power.
Flamethrower things. Flamethrower tests.
Actually has a
That's a
flamethrower, right? That's
different
not a thing that we have.
Yeah.
And
Well, as
then
soon as I do the trader scenario, there'll be a flamethrower test just for you.
He tries to pick a password, and we're like, sorry, that's a weak password. You got to give us a strong one. You got to at least use at least one capital letter, one number.
Okay. So you guys are kind of hustling your way through the train, and when you move between cars, you're outside. It's not like trains nowadays where it has kind of the enclosed space. You are actually going outside, and the first time that you're crossing from your sleeper car to the next car, you notice the difference in color, and then with the next car, as you continue moving forward, the exterior texture of the train car seems to be very different. It is very distinctly kind of leathery, and the next car over. Oh, yep.
Just
Grab
swipe it.
whatever
Wait. You know, so you grab. So just a quick like role playing moment. You like grab something powerful from behind the bar, and I just take it from you and like smash it, because I'm like, we're not drinking anything anymore.
It wasn't for booze.
The bartender looks
I'm behind everyone, and I say it wasn't for booze. Simon, grab something else.
What do you mean it wasn't for booze?
Oh, apparently no. I just saw that.
It's for firebombs. Come on, it's for firebombs, Katya.
Oh, okay, never mind. I don't do that then.
Yes.
No, forget about it then. I thought you were grabbing alcohol just to drink.
No, it's because it's an accelerant. That's the.
Okay, never mind. Forget about it.
I can hear you.
Yeah, we can hear you.
So.
Oh, right.
Oh, you mean
Twitch audience.
Twitch chat.
We had at least one person say they couldn't hear Simon.
Well, it's okay. We don't need to hear you.
It's not like it's anybody important.
Right.
As the entire stream shuts down. Ouch. We seem to be on more of a delay than usual, so it may take a moment to get a response from them.
Is it like a server thing?
Yeah, normally we have like a 5-second delay, but today it seems to be like 20. Nope. And yeah, I'm being told that still can't hear you. People can see your square lighting up.
I wonder if we've never been able to hear you.
He was a fig Newton of our imagination all along.
I don't mean. I mean in this one session, not like Justin the Ghost or something. Hello, small child.
Hi, Amelia.
Corrupt Kitty says that she was able to hear him earlier, so something changed.
What did you do?
So while he's figuring that out,
Yeah, while he's figuring that out, let's do something really important.
I was going to say, as you guys are going from car to car, from the salon car to the next car over, which is the chapel car, you guys notice the exterior of the train is not only kind of leathery, it's also, you can see muscles rippling underneath it almost.
We need to burn this mofo.
Not while we're on it, please.
I mean,
yeah.
We'll see how it goes.
Traveling at high speeds on the tracks, let's go ahead and light this thing on fire.
If we burn it, if we let it on fire in the front and then run to the back, if it derails, we'll probably be fine. Maybe.
So Elena, when Simon says, "What if we decouple it?" Elena is like, "That's an idea. Maybe get everybody not involved in some of the back cars, and decouple.
Yeah.
Can we trust you to do that?
I don't think you have much of a choice other than to do that. I will stay with the passengers in case any of the cultists do go with them.
Okay.
And
What was I
was
gonna
Kat
say?
about to say something?
If anything happens to us, I left most of my research in my berth. Make sure it gets back to the Janus Society.
I will. Hopefully it doesn't come to that, but I will.
I hope
If anything
that's...
happens to us, make sure everyone knows I was a hero.
And who are you?
Shots
Sorry, I couldn't help that.
All right.
Okay. So, Elena starts talking to the passengers and not entirely sure what she's saying, but she's getting people to, stand up and walk towards the back of the train.
Yeah, I guess once we're sure that there's no more passengers on this side, we should pull the pin. I don't know how to actually do it.
Yeah, in between cars, you would actually there's a tool that is out there specifically to pull the pin, because there is a lot of force on that pin. It is steel on steel, and it has a lot of energy pulling on it, so you have to leverage in to pop it up.
It's not just like a lever that says pull for epic finale.
Sadly, no. It is actually going to take some not insignificant strength, even with the tool, to pull the
Have
pin.
we considered the fact that this engine is designed to pull an enormous amount of mass, and when we release the vast majority of said mass, it's going to start speeding up really fast?
So?
Okay, it's just something we should think about before we do it.
Do you have a better idea?
No, I just think we should be aware that, like, when we pull this pin, it's going to start speeding up, like, really freaking fast. So, just FYI. And if there's a turn in the, whatever, just keep it in mind.
All right, I have audio again.
Yay!
Hey. Can the audience hear Simon? Hopefully, yes.
Play that game again.
Yay!
Yay!
Okay, so we're decoupling the train now?
It's everyone's favorite game show. Is Simon audible? They're saying
this is basically like, since it's been a while since I did. We're separating the saucer, separating all the passengers. We're gonna take on all the danger on ourselves.
You were cutting in and out of there, Ian, but I got the reference from what little did come through.
Yeah, except that we're not separating the saucer section because it's a little different, because again, what I just said. It's like there's enough power in this thing to tow an enormous amount of tonnage, and we're not going to have that attached to us anymore, so we're going to start going really freaking fast. This is going to be really dangerous.
Well, I mean, the main purpose is that we have the danger on ourselves and the passengers are safe.
Lipton is reevaluating his life choices.
A little late for that.
You want
Okay, so
He
who is the lucky individual that is working the tool to try to pull the pin?
It's obviously me. With my 50 strength.
Well,
would my mechanical skill come in here?
That's probably
no. It's a simple lever, so this is just going to be
strength?
raw strength.
I'm relatively strong with a 60. That
I
may
have
be too much.
60 as well. Yeah.
Wow, we suck.
I have
Oh,
55.
we have different things. I mean, I can pull it. What's the likelihood of something happening though when it gets pulled? Like, is a bolt gonna fly into someone's face? We don't know. Great. Okay. This-
Should we just...
How's your... Yeah, I also have a ton of luck that I could pour into it.
No, I have probably even a little bit more, but okay, so I'll
Okay.
pull it. I'll fucking pull it.
Okay,
It's
go for
fine.
it.
Well,
I'll
hopefully,
pull it. I'll fucking
Ethan
pull
doesn't die right here, and at least dies in the final battle, and not this chore.
I
But
can't imagine you're gonna get killed off pulling a pin out of a train
it
thing.
would
like-
be
If you
I
push
told
hilarious.
you guys that any action you take
yeah.
could result in your death.
Sure.
With that said, I need you to roll strength.
All right,
roll,
here we go.
roll
I'm doing
versus death. Death save.
Hey, barely
Ooh.
success.
Barely making it.
did it.
Yeah,
Barely.
you managed to get the tool in, and you have to like put all of your weight and all of your muscle into it to actually lever the pin loose. Because you discover as you're doing it, it doesn't actually pop out. What happens is it just kind of levers up the mechanism that's holding other pieces together. So there's still a lot of force holding it in place, but you are able to get it to pop up, and yeah, the car behind you begins decoupling, and it's starting to kind of coast back away from you guys.
Nice.
It's not like super fast that it's going that way, but it's definitely noticeable.
Does it start to look different?
How long are you guys staying there to watch?
I don't know.
Not long.
Not
We're
long.
going. We're moving.
Okay.
Then no.
I agree.
I keep the tool in hand.
For our audience, since you guys can't see the actual screens, I have moved everybody to a screen that is essentially the background that I have behind me, because this is what the train looks like now.
Choo choo.
I'm sad. We met a hottie. We immediately left her behind.
I know, that was so fast.
God, Katarina can't catch a break in this campaign.
There will be no romance this campaign,
That's like
no
the third
successful
hottie that
romance.
has either like become possessed or like
Yep.
whose lives we
don't-
ruined.
I don't think
There
Call
have
of
definitely been
Cthulhu is
some
really
failed romances, yeah.
conducive to
It's like
romance.
your dude got
Justin?
obsessed with the
Hey.
item. My chick got like kidnapped and throat rearranged. Like, wow, there's just been like just nothing
gonna
but tragedy here.
I'm gonna hand
Yeah, I
fit
mean, I was
a
expecting
romance
bright,
into this,
uplifting,
whether you
yeah.
like it or not. It's happening.
It won't have any
So,
with
anyway.
that attitude.
So yeah, with that said, since you guys are not sticking around to watch, you're continuing forward. There are a few more cars in between here and the engine. There are no other sleeper cars. It's just the chapel car, or no, you did it after the chapel car. So it is a foregone, the coal car, and then the engine. So
Remind me what the foregone is.
it's like a luggage storage kind of car. That's where they keep the baggage. That's where they keep the mail
Okay.
mail room. They do keep a kind of like a room in each of the foregone cars for staff to use to like shower and that sort of thing. And there are usually one or two beds in each one for staff to sleep in, but in general, it's mostly kind of a baggage and storage car.
As we hustle through, I'm looking for any piece of baggage that might look like the simulacrum. Like, I don't know. It's just like a body
Like a
shaped
coffin. You know?
Just wrapped in butcher paper.
I mean, if there's a piece of luggage that's like glowing, that might, you know what I mean? Like, okay.
Nope. No glowing coffins. Sorry.
Okay. You never know.
Are there any workers here?
There, let's see. There is a guard sitting next to the entrance to the foregone car.
Does he say anything to us as we're passing him, or?
You guys are just running through, correct?
Pretty much.
Well, speed walking, like
yeah.
power walking.
Hustling. Yeah.
Okay. Let me see, because he is looking out the window currently. Oh God, no. He doesn't even notice you guys are there.
Nice. We just keep walking.
Yeah, he is,
Good luck, buddy.
kind of leaning head out the window, appears to be looking back at the now separating cars to the train.
Oops.
Yeah. Keep going.
Okay.
Yeah.
So yeah, after the foregone car, it is the coal car, which of course doesn't have its own kind of separate way through. It is a coal car. It is used to store coal. So you're going to have to either climb over on the climb over where the coal is stored on the walkway, or climb around on the outside of the train.
Oh God.
Ooh, what clothes am I wearing?
What was that, Simon?
Oh, I was trying to figure out what clothes I was wearing and whether I'd want them all city or not.
I love it that that's a
He's
concern.
wearing nice clothes and he doesn't give a shit.
Is this where we test agility 1, and if we fail, we test agility 1 again, and if we fail, we're eliminated? Because like,
Yeah. Determine what stat you want. Will it go faster if we different paths? Like if some of us go over around this side.
No idea.
Dude, the outside's super dangerous. We're going up the cold cart. Like, I mean, hold on.
Simon's gonna go around the side. He likes his clothes.
Oh,
Just to clarify,
I'll follow Simon around this.
Hold on. Can we just clarify here? When you say around the side, like the outside of it, is there like a railed walkway, or is it like they have to like? Go ahead.
There's essentially a kind of a ledge around the side, but it is, I mean, like maybe 10 inches wide.
Plenty of
so
room.
you would have to hold on to the car and walk sideways around it.
Actually, I don't know if I want to touch. Yeah.
This would involve a check of some sort, right? That like
both, no matter
Either
what,
way,
both of these
probably.
will require a check. Yes.
Right, but the one on the outside, if you fail, you could fall off the fucking train. Versus the other one,
You don't know what the results would be either way.
Yeah,
I'm
I
going
think
around
in
the
the
side.
heat of the moment, I would. On second thought, I don't think I want to touch the train.
What? Okay.
So you're gonna fly? Cool.
Hold on. So I'm sorry. Just to clarify here, we're talking about going over the coal car is literally just a big bucket of coal, right? A big train car shaped bucket of coal. So you'd have to be climbing through the coal fragments if you're going over. Versus the other one where you're literally holding onto the little 10-inch. You're walking the little 10-inch thing and holding onto the handholds, and you might fall off onto the tracks at 60 miles an hour.
But walking over the coal, you're still on top of a train with no walkway, no handholds, no nothing.
Also, we're pretty sure that the coal car is just a mimic in disguise, and that's its mouth.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So.
Yeah. I didn't
Stop
think
it.
about that.
I think either way it's dangerous. There's Right
Simon's going
answer
along
here.
the side, so
I'm gonna go over the top.
Okay.
Let's also just consider that our limbs are hindered by certain magical effects.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm definitely going over the top because I don't trust my left arm to be able to hold me.
Yep. And I
Okay.
don't trust my left leg to be able to not fall off and die under the track, so I'm going over the top.
Okay. So everyone's going over the top except for Simon.
Yep.
For Simon.
Classic.
like my clothes.
Classic. And we never
Okay.
saw him again.
So okay. So from the three of you that are going over top, I am going to need all of you to roll. Let's see. I am going to have all of you roll your dexterity. There is going to be a penalty die.
Ah! Okay.
Oof.
Can I do a thing? I can use. Can I use luck
So-
here?
Since it is not a 100, yes, you can.
Jesus Christ, that was close.
Yikes.
Okay. So, well, jeez. Okay.
Okay, I'll
So
spend
99
14 to succeed.
So I'm using 10
So
10 luck then, right? Yeah. Okay.
9.
You only need 9.
Okay. 9.
And Kat, I didn't see you roll a penalty die.
Oh, that's right. Penalty die.
Yeah.
88 is so much worse than 8. What
Yes,
if I
that
use
is
my
so much
bonus
worse.
die?
So we can say that you used it. It cancels out the need for a penalty die.
Oh,
So you just
okay.
don't roll one.
Okay, so yes. Wow. It sure is good that I used my bonus die and didn't roll an 8 on a penalty die. That would have been embarrassing.
Okay. So let's see. Silvio, are you spending luck on yours?
So I spent 14 luck, yeah.
Okay, so all of you succeeded. For Simon, I am going to need a climb check. No penalty die on it. It's just a climb check.
Ba, 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 ba. I got a 70 out of 66. It's just a 4-pointer, so yeah, we'll do that.
Okay. So yeah, you guys are all able to make it around the coal car. Now, a coal car is only about like a half-length car, maybe a little less than half length. But as you are going along it, all of you are able to see the engine is definitely not an engine. You are able to see the screen that I took you guys to. The front of the train is an organic being that is best as you can judge, pretty hideous. You obviously can't see the eye at the very front, but yeah, it's pretty horrific. So I'm going to need a sanity check from all of you.
It's definitely alive, though, is the point.
Yes. Kat, I saw that eye roll.
Ah! Oh!
We're all scared.
Yeah.
Sorry, that was loud.
So, let's see.
Simon, you've been hoarding your sanity, buddy.
Well, I've gotten a couple things over 90. That helps a lot.
Oh, right. Like, so much more than anybody else.
Did I need to test
That's more than I
sanity, it looks
started
like?
with. We'll just put it
Yes,
that way.
you do.
Yep.
Oh, nice.
Sanity.
So,
Everybody
what's the...
What am I freaking out about?
You see what's on your screen.
Monster Train.
The new form of
Gotcha.
the engine.
Yeah, that's a no. That's a failure.
Oh,
Everybody failed.
you were really close on it too.
Yeah, very close.
That makes sense, though.
And we can't use luck on these, right?
Nope.
No.
No, but you can
unfortunately.
spend luck to reduce the amount of sanity that you
Right,
lose.
right. Which I plan to do, because here we go. How much
I
sanity
was going
damage?
to say, so Simon, you lose 6.
Oof.
Silvio, you lose 3.
Okay.
Cat, you lose 3.
Okay.
Clifton, you lose 5.
So I have to spend 10 luck
10,
to
and you
You
reduce
reduce
cut
it by
5,
out, you lose in half.
which
I
is
forgot. Is
rounded.
it rounding up or rounding down?
It's rounded up.
Rounding down. Well,
Well,
you
not
lose
trust.
more. The
Yeah.
the loss.
It's-
It's in favor of the loss.
Right. So I would
So
lose
So
2
right.
even
So
if
if
I
I have
spent
5 and I spend a half, I have 3. Right. That's the
yeah, you
yeah.
would spend 10, and you would only have a 3 loss instead of a 5.
I'm okay. How meta can we make this? Am I like? Should I just let this ride because it's the last session? I don't. I mean, I don't want to be that guy, but
You
like,
can do whatever you want.
Yeah,
Luck is not
it's
a
up to you.
character thing. Your character doesn't say, I'm going to choose to use my luck. It's some other world that does it.
I think you could probably let it go, unless there's some kind of big sanity hit later in this session, which
hold
also
on.
could happen.
I lost everybody for like 15 seconds there.
Do what you want.
We were just saying it's up to you whether or not you spend it. That's kind of the bottom line. Do or don't is your choice. So
I don't
Yeah,
think
I
it's
like-
meta to do it. Just whatever makes sense.
Yeah.
the entire concept
no,
of
I'll
the
spend
entire
it.
stat of luck is
Mhm.
it's a game mechanic.
Yeah, it's not like Clifton is choosing to spend luck.
Yeah,
I'm
I
gonna
think
be
it's
lucky
more
right now.
like this is the where everything comes down to this. So
Yeah, so he will. I am spending the luck to reduce the. So
Okay.
3 sanity damage instead of 5, and I lose 10 luck. Right, that's the.
Yep.
Okay, I just did that then. Okay, so
Okay.
we're set.
So when you guys make it around / over the coal car, the back room of the engine is not as small and cramped as you would expect. It is kind of a seems almost cavernous in a way, and you can see the open hatch where coal would be fed through in a normal train, but in this case what is inside is not a fire. There is something writhing within, something horrific within. And in that kind of seating area, or that work area where normally you'd see the conductor, you see just a very nondescript man. And he is currently seated at a small desk and seems to be writing something out.
Does he look familiar?
Yeah,
Vaguely.
was this person maybe in the cabin when Clifton got poisoned?
So none of you guys were really paying that close attention to the staff. And I mean, like I said, he looks vaguely familiar, but
Is he wearing a staff uniform?
he is.
How much
Okay,
blood is on it?
I'm gonna unwrap the shotgun enough to be still shrouded by cloth, but ready to go.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
yeah, I'm pulling my guns out. I'm not shooting yet, but they're out.
Mimit, I presume.
Oh shoot.
He kind of looks up and he sets his pen down that he was writing with and turns around. You made it here faster than I expected.
This motherfucker.
I say, don't you know that trains run on fire? And then I throw a.
We're just kinda right to the face, huh?
Yeah.
Get off.
Okay.
Wait, don't we want to know what this guy's up to? He
Well,
hasn't
I'm not-
given his villainous monologue yet.
Oh, villainous monologue.
Yeah.
Okay.
In all fairness, it's Lovecraft. All villains give the monologue,
It's
but they
true.
usually win in Lovecraft. So
I mean, well,
Yeah, that's the thing.
I mean, I'm not gonna
Did I
stop
do
you.
it? Did I do it? Yeah, I think I did it. Sorry. I'm actually not throwing it at him. It's going into the whatever is in the
Oh.
the thing.
I like it.
So you're throwing it in where the coal would normally go.
Yeah.
Okay. So go ahead and roll your throw.
Oh my goodness.
That was a good throw.
Is this something I can use luck on or no?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I'll spend 3
We're
points.
technically not in combat yet.
Okay. Cool.
Yet.
Then yes, that is what I am saying. I will spend the,
Although
the
now
3
you've
points.
done that. No
Okay.
guarantees.
So yeah, when you throw it in there, it kind of catches the lip on the way in and shatters and spreads burning liquid all inside. And whatever on the other side was writhing is now writhing and thrashing very strongly, and tendrils of like flesh start whipping out.
Ugh. I don't like it.
That's right.
And yeah, with that, we are now in combat.
Oh, thanks.
I know it's a
So-
real shocker for you guys
Yeah.
that kicks off combat. But
I just want to make sure that Simon takes this thing down so he has a hut and a train on his list of kills.
I got a success on my dexterity, and I'm gonna go run to the bathroom. I'll be right back.
Okay. Yep. Everybody roll
gosh.
dexterity.
I'm gonna do that too as soon as I roll dexterity, which there we go. Oh, nice, extreme success.
I failed. I do have the plus.
You kind of cut out there.
His
You
guns,
failed.
I think.
but-
I failed, but I have the plus 50 quick draw.
Oh, yep. Okay.
Or however much that helps.
Is that basically 120? So 99 out of 120? Is that how it goes?
Essentially, so it would subtract 50 from his roll,
Oh, okay.
so it's going to be considered a success.
Cool.
Because the way we're doing initiative is an optional rule that works slightly outside of what what the standard combat rules do, because that's just, act in order of dexterity.
It's just straight dex, yeah.
But with pulp, I like to actually have a roll for initiative.
Makes sense.
And of course, the person who rolled best and is going first has to have gone off to use the restroom.
Oh, he's
Yeah.
back.
Okay. So Clifton, you are actually first up.
Crazy. Going to shoot this mofo in the face.
Keep it simple.
Okay.
Oh,
Are you specifically aiming at the head, or are you just, hoping to hit the head?
How far is he away?
He's probably about 10 feet away.
10 feet. Oof.
Real quick, I have a very important announcement.
Yes.
This, my friends, is a piece of a churro cookie.
Oh, that
churro
sounds so
cookie.
good.
Delicious.
So,
Yeah. That sounds really good.
so good. Okay, sorry.
Nice.
Resume.
So sorry, what's the penalty on a called shot in this? I can't recall.
So it's going to depend on depend on where you're aiming. To aim for the head is specifically going to require a hard success.
Nope, not gonna do that. I'm just gonna shoot him.
Cool.
And I have blessed shells here, right? I still have those. Those are the thing that we did,
Yep.
right?
Dos.
Enchanted, but yeah. Yeah, the spell she used was
That is
very
cool.
I don't even look like a priest
Yeah, I
thing.
should have shot for his face because I would have gotten it. But
Ooh,
that's extreme
That's
damage.
good.
Ooh, look at that damage.
Check,
Wow.
please.
yeah.
Is that
So
46 damage?
what?
No, I think it.
Oh,
That's
No,
those don't add up, do they? Because that's crazy.
No.
Oh, okay.
It's just
I was like,
24.
Just be obliteration.
yeah.
Yeah. It is a
Uh,
shotgun, but that would be crazy.
That's still a lot of damage, though.
Yeah. Because basically the extreme damage is rolling max damage, and the regular damage roll he would have had was too shy of max anyway. So
Okay.
yeah. But still, 24 damage is a lot of damage. Considering that would murder, I think, pretty much any one of you guys.
I'd
Yes.
definitely be dead. Even at full health, I'd be dead. Even though I have not even close to full health.
So
Yeah.
when you shoot him, you shoot him right in the guts, and yeah, it kind of tears open his clothes, and underneath his chest very briefly gains the sheen of the simulacrum, but it is definitely effective because he does take the shot to the guts, and he is now bleeding.
If it bleeds,
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
There's probably a really high damage threshold to hurt him. That's going to be a problem. Good luck, guys.
Simon, you get to go next.
let's see. I am going to. You know that grenade I have?
Yeah!
Mm-hmm.
That's also going into the engine.
Dunk it right in.
Nice! Good choice.
It's
I like
still
it.
only gonna count as once.
Okay. So roll your throw.
Okay.
Oh, wow.
I'm threading the needle.
Yeah.
Wow, that's the
So-
second extreme success in a row.
Here's the thing. I wasn't telling you this because this was going to be kind of hidden information, but a hard success was going to be required as the rolls are whipping around. But no, an extreme success is even better. So yeah, you pull the pin and toss it in, and a few seconds later, there is a thunder crack of noise from inside, and the entire engine rattles. So, who has the lowest luck out of all of you guys?
Probably me,
I think that's
49.
Cat.
75 right now.
I have 38.
Oh,
I have
Okay.
30.
I need you to roll luck, Cat.
Oh,
This
no.
is for the entire group, but
No!
the
What?
lowest person rolls.
Oh, no. I imagine I can't spend luck on this either.
Nope.
Wait, but you
bonus
get
die?
And
what about
your
next-
luck score changes.
I
What about
used my
bonus
bonus die. I used my bonus die already.
Yup. You did,
Can
in
I give
fact,
her a
use your
bonus
bonus
die?
Gonna click the button. Eh.
Yeah! Nice.
All right.
So if you hadn't succeeded, we would have had a very different end to this campaign as suddenly the train derailed.
Wow.
Yeah.
Oh man.
So Maka had just put in the chat, can we spend points? Yes, you absolutely can spend points. Probably ones that are going to be the most useful right now are bonus dice and lucky breaks. So yeah, because at least 2 of them are starting to run somewhat low on luck, and all of them are low on health, and yeah.
Yeah, I
Fine.
got 6 health on 19, so not so great. Not so great.
So yeah, those tendrils of flesh that were whipping around, they kind of recede back into the engine where they were coming from,
Like you do.
like you do. Mehmet, however, goes next.
Oh boy.
And gee, I wonder who he's going to target right now.
Oh no. Actually, I'm
Okay.
not sure. Is it the person who's destroying the train we're on, or the person who shot him in the guts with a gun that actually worked?
It's a toss up.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
with this, he looks right at Simon. I need you to roll POW.
Oh, goody.
Willpower.
Hard success.
Ooh, nice.
Okay.
Is it enough?
It might be it. Yeah, it's probably a poke.
Oh, it is not enough.
Come on.
He got an extreme success.
You would.
I was when I saw you got a hard success, I'm like, oh crap, you're gonna resist this, but no.
Well, hold on.
so-
I got a 20% chance. We'll use one of my bonus dice on it. Nope. Okay.
Kat asks, what month is it?
That was,
It
that was
is.
a whisper. That was a whisper.
Oh, it didn't come through as a whisper.
Oh, really? Oh, it's doing the thing again. That's fine. What month is it?
It's February. It is actually February 1st.
Okay.
You guys have been doing this for a full month now. So anyway, yeah, you he beat you on the POW check. So I need you to do me a favor and roll con.
Sound of that.
Extreme.
Oof.
Okay.
That's good.
Okay. Be very happy about that, because that means you are only going to take half damage.
Yay.
Yay.
damage.
So
You only take 53 damage.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
yeah, you are going to take 7 damage.
Oof.
And
That's nasty.
for everybody looking at him, what you see is his chest physically caves in from being hit with some invisible force, and you hear the bones cracking.
Wait.
So Simon, you have multiple broken ribs at this point.
Oh, well,
you
they're just coming to join my other one, so they're having a little party together.
Yep. Okay.
Is that the best you can do?
Stop talking.
It's like an anime scene.
So that is Mehmet's action. Oh, by the way, what you guys see that he does is he literally just kind of flicks his hand in that direction.
Oh, great.
Yeah. So next up would be Silvio.
All right, here we go, Silvio. This is the moment.
I'm gonna be blasting. I am gonna stick to what I said last session. But 6 enchanted, 1 regular.
Okay, you keep cutting out. What was that?
He's only shooting enchanted bullets out of one gun, not both.
Yeah, last session I said that I'd put all my enchanted, and the other gun has regular. So I am just gonna shoot 3 enchanted from my left gun at Mehmet. Okay, let's do this. Success, 10 damage. Ooh, 20. Oh, both damage and extreme damage were the same. And last one, failure. Okay, so 20 damage altogether for those 3.
Okay. So so you hit him in the guts, his left arm, and his right leg. You're just letting bullets fly. Oh wait, sorry, guts and left
2 of
arm.
them hit. Yeah.
Okay. So yeah, he definitely looks taken aback. And kind of the same thing. You see a brief sheen of the surface of the simulacrum, but it's still going into his flesh.
And we're just doing like theater of the mind here, but I'm just gonna say I kind of spread out a little bit from all bunched up as much as possible. I know it's a tight space. So.
Yeah, it is a very tight space. So not able to spread out much, but yeah, absolutely. Okay. And that leaves Kat.
All right. I have 2 questions that are linked by a thread of logic. Question number 1. Looking into the whatever it's called, where the fire would be. Yes, and instead there's a creature. Is it still thrashing and writhing, or is it like dead?
Oh no, it's still thrashing and writhing. Okay. It is very much alive.
Okay.
Pissed off, but alive.
Is there still a fire in there from the Molotov that?
No. It has gone out essentially. Yeah.
Okay. I'm trying to think. I mean, I don't know if it was the grenade or just harming the train that caused us to almost derail. But I'm assuming it's going to be safer to just attack Mehmet.
I would like to point out that there was no chance of derailment when he threw in the Molotov, but there was with the explosion.
Yeah.
Wait, what explosion though?
The grenade.
The grenade.
Right.
Yeah, you know, the grenade, tiny thing. Okay, so here's what I'm gonna do. I still have no idea what this fucking thing is, right?
Yeah.
I throw a bunch of my dust just right in. I don't even throw it. I just walk over.
Okay.
I don't know if this is gonna do anything, but
so I need to pull up.
I can click it and show you.
Nope, I got it. Oh, okay.
It only affects. Whoopsie! I didn't mean to click it twice. It only affects extraterrestrial creatures. It doesn't affect things from Earth.
Yep, that I knew.
Okay.
Oh, and actually, I'm keeping track of the damage separately, but I just realized that for the 2 of you who rolled extreme successes on damage, it is calculating the damage of a regular weapon, but in both cases they would be impaling. So you get on top of whatever you rolled, whatever your maximum damage could be. So it is your damage plus your max damage. So essentially, Kat, you were right that it should have been adding those 2 numbers together. So,
Wow.
but
So
anyway.
Wow, that's a lot of damage.
Okay.
what you're saying is that both me and Silvia did a fuck ton of damage then, is what you're right?
Yep.
Nice.
Yeah, both of you guys did a lot of damage. But so when Cat throws in the handful of dust,
Oh, the spooky
The-
dust.
Oh yeah, spooky dust.
basically the coal hatch returns to being a coal hatch, and the train around it, the kind of unnatural appearance begins spreading away and starts to kind of go back afterwards. So the dust definitely is repelling the thing. Cat, you are close enough to see that it's kind of the flesh that's there, it's kind of burning it as it touches it.
Okay. That's
I
good.
need
It
you
is
to
effective.
roll. Yep. Oh, very effective. I need you to roll 2d6, please.
Alrighty.
That could be
11.
Nice.
a lot.
Oh, nice.
That's awesome. Oh man.
I got more where that came from.
5
Hey.
fucking 5 right here.
So,
Do I have to roll sanity? Because it says
Was that the sanity cost to make it?
oh,
no. It costs 0 sanity to make, but the dust's effects are horrible, and it costs sensitive observers 1d3 sanity points. But if they fail the
cool.
check.
so I am going to have you roll sanity, but not because of that.
Okay.
Because you are close enough and you are kind of peering into the coal hatch. That is definitely going to. Okay.
I fail.
Oh, 25.
Hear me.
So, I have to look up to see what this sanity loss is,
Oh boy.
because for whatever reason, I apparently didn't note it down.
At what point do I lose control of my character?
Once you hit 0 sanity, you would lose complete control. However, when you go temporarily insane in a little bit here, that's a different thing.
In a little bit here, no. That's not
There,
cool.
there is no way that you're not going at least temporary insane.
As long as I don't black out again.
It is inevitable, apparently.
Peeking in and seeing what's inside there, yeah, you better believe it.
Oh boy.
Okay.
Is it just bodies?
No, it's much more horrible than that, I imagine.
It's the engine car from Snowpiercer. Oh.
Yeah. Yep.
So children's bodies? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Spoilers.
Sorry.
Well, it's it's
Been out
fine.
for a couple years.
No, it's fair game after having been out for a few years. So I am going to send you how much you lose, and the effects that it has will follow a little bit after, because I have
Okay.
to hold
That's fine.
and I am going to DM you what you see writhing around inside.
Great.
Oh, that didn't come through.
God.
Oh, no, it did come through as a whisper. Okay, good.
Yeah, we didn't get it. We didn't get it.
What the fuck?
I'm so curious. What happened?
Woo!
So,
You're right. I am
while
gonna go temporarily insane. That's for sure.
I told you.
Oh my God.
We need her. That's not cool.
Woo!
God damn it. Does she have more spooky dust we can grab off of her? No, anyways.
Simon has some.
Simon, it is. Or wait, no, Clifton, it is your turn.
Oh, good. I think. So, remind me, there's the guy and the train engine, yes?
Yeah.
So, I'm going to shoot the guy again because that seemed to be working in our favor. Does that seem like a... Yeah, okay. I'm going to do that.
Mhm.
And he's still within 10 yards of me?
Yep.
Okay.
10 feet. Not 10 yards.
10 range 10 though, right? Like the
Yeah, that's 10 yards. You're well within range.
okay.
Okay.
That's
Yeah.
the second enchanted shell.
Mm-hmm. Yep. You hit him in the left leg. And yeah, he is visibly reacting. Every shot that lands from your guys' enchanted bullets are hitting him significantly.
So they appear to go through his magical armor, though, is the point, right? Like it.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yep.
I don't think I need to move because there's not a lot of places to move in this car, right?
Not really, no.
Okay. Then I guess I'm just gonna be where I am and rack another round.
Okay. Okay. Oh. So,
Something's going on outside. I'll be around here.
okay. So with that, Simon, you get to go next.
Let's see. Broken ribs. I think I collapse.
That's fair.
uh, yeah.
Yeah, this is not like D&D where one hit point is the same as,
Yeah.
full.
No, I'm really hurt. So I think I go down. Maybe I don't know if I'm gonna play dead, but I certainly feel that way.
Okay. So that's going to be your
my
turn.
Yeah. I mean that's what would happen if I got.
I would say that you need to roll acting, but I'm pretty sure this is not acting.
Wait, so what happened? He got.
With Mehmet's last turn, he caved in Simon's chest.
Oh, so he's still. Sorry. Okay, I got you.
He's still reeling from that, yes. Okay. So, speaking of Mehmet, it is his turn next. And with all the damage that he has taken, he is going to do something pretty extreme here.
No.
Oh, good.
I don't like the sound of that.
Just make everyone else look at what I just saw.
Oh no, not that extreme. He can't do that, actually.
Neat.
Okay, and Kat, if you want to check the phobias section of your sheet, I have
Okay.
added something on there, and it's in backstory.
Oh, okay.
It looked like you were trying to find it. And Kat basically is, everybody can see she is backing away from the coal hatch, oblivious to the literal gunfire going on around her. Yeah, that is going to be your next turn, Kat, is you are backing up to the back of the room.
Yeah, she starts muttering in do you mind if I embellish a little bit?
Go for it.
She starts muttering in like eldritch black speech, like the same kind of speech that she would say when she cast her black words. The words just immediately come to her. She's not trying to use them. It's just like just muttering and backing up and like shaking all over head to toe, eyes wide and dilated.
Okay. So Mehmet, for his turn, he reaches up to the top of his head and digs his fingernails into the skin at the top of his head,
No, don't do that.
grabs onto the skin and tears.
Oh no.
And the skin pulls away from his entire head and upper torso. And from it, well,
That is
I was
extreme.
going to say Cat has a reaction, but no, you're already responding to other stuff.
Yep. My phobia has triggered again. Thank you for that.
Yes, for any of you who don't remember, Cat has developed hemophobia, the fear of blood. And yes, this is very bloody as he rips the flesh away, or the skin away, and you see the flesh underneath, the blood that goes flying is hissing with everything it touches. So I am going to need all of you to make dexterity checks. Cat, you automatically fail.
Cool.
So he Scooby Doo's himself. Let's see who's really in.
I'm actually a broom.
Hey, extreme success.
Nice.
Extreme success.
Wow.
Extreme
Okay.
are extreme. That's awesome.
So
This is some treehouse of horror shit.
Yeah.
It's like immediately out of a Simpsons horror episode.
Yeah, but more gory because
yeah.
They were pretty gory.
So Clifton and Silvio, with your extreme successes, you take only 2 damage.
Okay.
Simon, with your hard success, you take, let's see, 3. And Kat, with her failure, is taking 7.
Okay.
Yo, you guys, we need to take care of this guy like quick because like I'm gonna die soon. I'm like really close to dying. Like it's very close.
And I'm very close to going insane.
Yes. Also, so that too.
Fine.
So,
Insane-er.
Really insane.
So Silvio.
I'm one step closer to the edge, and I'm about to break.
Come on.
I like it.
All right, well played. Well played.
So Silvio briefly looks around, see like Cat's out of it. Simon's on the ground, like clutching his chest. But yeah, Silvio's just gonna try to keep killing this guy, hopefully, before he can kill us.
Keep killing him. I've killed him. I'm gonna kill him some more.
Yeah. He should be dead multiple times. I'll use the last 3. Just shoot at him.
Okay.
I think that's the best use of my time. By the way, is he like without a head now?
No, he just is without skin.
Without skin, sure. Yeah. Okay, let's shoot. Okay, just 2 damage on that. Bad damage roll. And a failure. Okay, so just 5 damage.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, it hurts him. You see him react. Let's see where you hit him. Right leg and right arm. Yeah, he's taken enough shots to his legs that he's having a hard time staying standing. I mean,
yeah, I was gonna ask, does he look unsteady at this point?
He's starting to look unsteady, yes.
I'm out of enchanted bullets in the gun. I am gonna
You're gonna what?
close the distance to him. Okay. Try to get as close as I can.
Okay. Awesome.
Hold on.
Do you really want to get close? His blood is acid.
I
seems
mean,
like it's doing quite a bit.
I feel like I am in the best shape of any of us in terms of hit points. So I'm gonna attack some.
Hold on. Hold on. Can I just say a thing while he's like? Can we just interrupt? Can I just
You
tell him to
can
take my
say
pistol?
something.
Can I say take my pistol?
Uh,
Is that a thing
you
that he
can
said?
say that. You can't give him your pistol, though.
Right, but before he like charges the guy, I can be like, take my pistol, and like, because it's in my whatever, he could like grab it from me, right?
Uh, on
If he wants to.
on your turn, you can hand off the pistol to him because you have to actually take it in your hand. Because right now, both your hands are holding a shotgun.
He couldn't. Okay,
No.
fuck.
Uh,
Okay, never mind then. I guess there's just 2 rounds in there that could really be. Yeah.
Uh,
Oh well. All right, so
okay.
do what you're gonna do anyways. I guess this is my answer.
Yep, I just try to get as close as I can.
Okay. Kat's turn. Like I said, she's backing away from the site that she saw within the coal chamber, and we are back to the top. Clifton, what you doing?
He's still the same range, right? Within 10 feet.
Yeah, he's not moving.
I seem to have been doing well with this approach, so I'm going to try and shoot him again. Close range. Fuck me. Can I?
Nope.
Do you have
Nope.
a bonus die left?
What's that?
Do you have a bonus die left?
I do. I do have 2.
Should have declared
So-
that beforehand, but yeah, you can go ahead and
Oh,
we're in
sorry.
what appears to be the climactic battle. So yes, you can go ahead and use it. Apparently, bonus die says no.
Womp womp.
Okay. So yeah, started out the fight strong, but you guys are kind of flagging here. Simon, what you doing?
Let's see. Uh,
Yeah, sequence break this, Justin.
so he's not. He's probably not paying super close attention to me. Is there a way I can maybe get behind him without him noticing? Especially since Silvio's getting in his face.
You're not sure, but maybe.
Okay, I'm gonna try it.
Oh, extreme success. Let's see if he's paying attention. He does. His head doesn't turn to follow you as you're kind of, crawling around. You can't get entirely behind him, but you can kind of get to the side, sort of back of him. Are you going on the side, basically towards the front of the train or towards the back?
Towards the front of the train, where the engine thing is too.
Okay.
And I saw Cat dump some dust in there. Wow.
You also saw her
Flash that was his face while
and freak the fuck out.
Sorry.
What'd you say?
Simaka had a really good thing in that there.
Oh. Ew.
How am I gonna do this? Okay, I'm gonna see if I can get the drop on him. I'll pull out my gun. This doesn't happen too often.
Ooh, you should put it right up against the back of his head and then say, "Dodge this."
Though I was about to put it up to his head, yeah. So hopefully, I don't know if I get any bonuses with this. I will be spending a bonus die as well. So that is...
You will get a bonus die, so that would make it 2 bonus dice to your roll.
Okay. Sorry, let me get the... I'm normally not on the combat tab. Spooky revolver bullets. There we go. That's the one.
Spooky bullets. And I go through the effort and everything to get you enchanted ammo.
Yes!
The tag you were painting. Ooh.
Oh,
Nice.
That's an extreme success.
Okay, my roll 20 is not loading this.
It was a 10 versus 92.
It's a...
Give me a second, I'm gonna reload, but...
It's a 4
Okay.
versus 38.
How much
yeah,
damage?
That didn't show up for me either.
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
Yeah, I
yeah.
reloaded and it's not showing up.
It isn't?
Oh.
It's showing in the chat. Or in the Twitch, I think.
Not for us. In the Twitch?
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're right. It is. Wow. That's so weird. It's showing up for everyone but the rest of us.
Yeah, there we go.
Okay. Oh, it just popped through.
Yes,
Yeah,
it just
there
popped
we
up.
go.
Okay.
So yeah.
So max damage is 9. It's a 1d8
And
plus 1.
yeah.
Even says
You
spooky revolver.
okay? So you said max damage is 9, and you hit him in the head. So okay, yeah. So pretty much all the rest of you get splattered with blood and brain matter.
Oh, good.
Sorry.
I'm not terrified enough.
Yeah, that is true. It doesn't burn, so it was clear that the blood splatter was just part of some sort of effect that he was causing. But yeah, he's still standing there despite the now gaping hole. But he's not standing very well. He is kind of rocking a little bit. That hit did a lot to him, like a lot.
Okay.
It was nice knowing you guys.
Yeah. So about that, there is somebody that is conveniently standing right next to him that he is rather pissed off at right now.
Yeah, Silvio. It's Silvio. It's Silvio.
Yeah, me.
It's Silvio.
Yeah, Silvio. Screw you. No. Okay.
Oh.
So I didn't think I was going to be pulling up this spell. Okay.
Hello again.
But you ain't going that far.
Okay, so and the only person here who actually he would not be doing that. Simon, do me a favor before I kill you, roll Turkish.
Oh no. Oh no.
Not Simon, no.
Wah, wah.
Okay. So go ahead and roll POW.
Hold on, we got some lucky breaks in the chat.
Oh, that
One for
may be
Simon
important.
and one for whoever needs it most, which is Simon.
Yeah, pretty much.
Oof.
Okay.
Nice.
Hard success on the POW.
How much is a
One of
lucky
those
break?
lucky breaks to make it extreme.
To make it an extreme, that would be
You need to spend 13.
yeah.
Oh, if I can spend luck on this, then I absolutely will.
You can.
Okay, yes.
Nice.
Okay.
How much is a lucky break worth?
You get
10?
10 for each.
Okay.
And if we decide that you're the one who needs it most, that means you get 20. Oh, come here.
Minus, you said 13?
Yes.
Whew, thank you.
So, with that, it's going to
Hurt less. Okay, great.
it's going to prevent it from being an automatic you die.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, you make a test or you die.
We will take that. We will take that.
So you are going to take 6 damage as he says something in Turkish, and the fleshy tentacles that you guys saw come out of the coal chamber, they now actually come out of his hands when he goes like this, and 2 of them come out and hit Simon.
Yay.
Define hit.
So,
Just like,
well, imagine a freight train going into a cow, and pretty sure that's what it was like. Because, yeah, Simon, are you still standing?
So what do I get to roll when I go to negative?
So you are. How negative are you?
-3.
Okay. You are unconscious.
Oh, okay.
In the rules in Pulp Cthulhu, when you hit 0 or below, you go unconscious unless certain things happen, which they didn't, that would just be death. So at this point, unless your unconscious body gets damaged again, you are, for intents and
of the
purposes,
fight.
just unconscious.
Cool,
I
cool.
step on Simon's chest.
Wow, that got dark.
No, I'm just kidding.
Okay. So, that would be Mehmet's action. Silvio, you're up next.
So let me get a picture here. We're in the engine car. Are there any doors to the outside right now, or are we just like fully enclosed?
You're mostly enclosed. Part of the back wall is open because there's no real door that goes over it, and there are open windows, but you are mostly enclosed.
And he has his back facing towards the front of the train right now. We came in, and so
Or did he have to turn around to face me?
His back is essentially against the side wall. Because he was sitting at a desk along the side wall and stood up and turned around.
This is the one time Stokes has deigned to join us this campaign. And
Oh, that's glorious, Stokes.
God damn it.
does he happen to conveniently have a window right behind where he's standing?
Tell you what, roll luck. No, he did not.
And let's see what there's pretty much nothing else other than weird, and there's that little compartment where the tentacles are.
There's probably a revolver on the ground nearby.
That is true.
Says no one in particular because that person can't see anything.
Yeah, but I'm sure I would have seen it as Simon fell.
Like, he's like, pointing at it.
I take the blood from my chest and I write out "gun on
It's an
floor."
arrow. It's an arrow in it.
Draw an arrow on the ground, pointing
Yeah.
to the gun.
You look over, it's just like it's like a whole paragraph of text of what Silvio should do. Dear Silvio, I'm writing to you from the floor of the Orient Express.
Yeah, given that he doesn't have a window behind him, let's change what I was gonna do a little bit. So I see Simon go down nearby me. How unstable does this guy look?
Pretty
Just how-
unstable. He is missing a good chunk of his head, which kind of makes it difficult to continue standing, and both of his legs have been pretty damaged by between you and Clifton.
I want you to know that Bixby on my phone picked up what you just said.
Okay, I
Like,
think
I
I'm
didn't
just.
issue a command.
Stupid Samsung.
I see Simon go down. The gun falls from his fingers. I'm gonna to swoop up the gun and shoot. And yeah, but I think at this point it'd essentially be point blank, like right in front of him, because I was already closing in on.
Yeah.
I don't know what kind of gun this is, so I'm not.
It's a revolver,
do-
so it's 1d8 plus 1 damage, and it looks like it has 3 shots.
Yep.
How many bullets did you have left in it?
So there'll be 5 left in it. I don't remember how many are magic, unfortunately.
Yeah, let me see if I can find.
I will double check on that. But I believe
I had given you 2 rifle bullets and 6 handgun bullets.
Okay, so yeah, 5 are still left in it.
Okay, I'll
So you
shoot.
can-
I'll shoot my 3 then.
Silvio is very adept with revolvers, so
What's the damage on your
1d8 plus 1.
Yeah, it should be the same as yours, I think.
Well, mine is
He can do
1d10.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just
Should I
use yours.
Just use my regular. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Let's just shoot mine and see what the damage is anyway.
So you can
Might not-
theatrical.
1 damage, 6 damage. Oh, nice.
Yeah.
That's 16 damage.
Okay. So, let's see.
Saying, why won't
hit
you
him.
die?
Boss fight dialogue.
Wow. 2 of them in the guts and the last one in his chest.
Makes sense.
Silvio, describe your kill.
Yeah. I think it's basically like the first bullet takes a chunk out of his abdomen, rest, and then the final one to his chest, back, and at that point, like his whole section is just a giant hole in it, and he just crumbles to the ground.
Yeah, his torso is pretty much Swiss cheese at this point with all the shots that you fired as well as Clifton. I mean that initial shotgun blast was enough to, take large chunks out of his chest. But yes, when he drops, and he drops like a sack of potatoes, at that point, from the coal chamber, the whatever magic was changing it recedes and begins changing the rest of the train back. And after about maybe at most a minute, the entire engine has transformed back into the normal engine. There is no fire in the chamber, though, so it is going to eventually coast to a stop, even without hitting the brakes.
And not fully kind of trusting this guy's dead, Silvio, but I guess there's a spot.
You're double tapping? Is that what I
Yes.
Okay.
Absolutely.
I think I'll immediately check on Simon, like the first thing I do once I'm done double tapping.
He is unconscious and in real bad shape, but he is not dead.
Not dead yet.
Can I do? I can't remember how the system works. Can I assist with his first aid or no? How does that?
If you help out Silvio, I will give Silvio a bonus die for you helping out on it.
Yeah, let me do that here.
So you just say it, and then Silvio will get the.
No, yeah, you don't have to roll anything. It's just.
Oh, all right. So I was just aiding. Yeah, I'm being.
Well, that helped because it's a success instead of a failure.
Good thing you did. So yeah, with the bonus die, your first aid is able to stabilize him enough that he's not going to, bleed out here, but he is going to need medical attention, real medical attention, as soon as possible.
Clifton, thank you for redeeming yourself with that first aid.
I
Charge me for a roll of 100. Try to give CPR on the currently destroyed chest. Crunch.
Please don't.
So I think Katarina's just mumbling still in a corner, covered in blood.
Oh no! Oh, she needs some comfort. Let's go comfort her.
She needs some comfort.
Some southern comfort.
Yeah, give me like a pillow and a teddy bear. I'll be fine.
Yes, some kind words. Maybe a cinnamon bun.
Who's the first person to approach her?
Not Simon.
Not Simon. I mean, I guess Clifton because he's available.
Yeah, probably Clifton.
Not the best, but
She is rambling.
Okay. He's gonna listen and pretend that he knows what she's talking about.
She's talking almost too fast for you to comprehend, but as soon as she realizes... Josh, can I run with this?
Go for it.
As soon as she realizes that you're paying attention, she snaps her eyes to meet you, and she just goes, drums, and the whining, the piping in the unlighted chambers, the pounding. Do you hear it? And she's like shaking.
Yes, I definitely hear it.
You hear the drums?
But it's not real, so maybe we can come back to reality.
I don't know, there is one left to come back to.
Can I roll something? I don't know how to handle this.
Drums in
psychology or
roll psychoanalysis.
Oh God, do I have to? All right.
No, that would be. Oh. Yeah, you have no fucking clue. Kata's going to need some serious psychiatric care, probably long term.
Okay, so I'm just gonna try and be, comforting, physically comforting at least. Maybe if there's there's the thing that I wrapped the shotgun in, the bed sheet. So I'll just maybe drape that around her. Maybe that'll help a little bit. I don't know.
She just goes back to rambling.
Okay. If well, as soon as everyone's on their feet, maybe we'll get her some water or something. I don't know.
Okay.
Oh man, if she's hearing drums, this is gonna be she's gonna turn into the master too, right?
Too many nerdy references to make off of this.
Drums in the dark.
So, with that, we're going to go ahead and kind of fast forward a bit because the engine is eventually going to roll to a stop. And by the time it does, the train itself is actually getting fairly close to Trieste, which you guys had stopped at before. And at that point, you don't know how they were alerted, at least not at first, but there are emergency vehicles that are on their way. And you guys are rescued and taken back to Trieste to hopefully recover. So with that, the police are going to be asking you essentially kind of what happened. So what are you guys, and this would be all individual, what are you guys going to tell them when the police ask about, what happened on the train? Why were you the only ones that were found in the engine? Why was everybody else pushed to the back of the train and decoupled? So what are you guys saying?
I think what I'm saying is basically the beeps from the heart monitor that is hooked up to me. So
you're thinking way too far into the future, sir.
Yeah.
They don't have that.
uh,
We'll put it this way: the IVs that are hooked up to you are still glass bottles.
okay,
We're in that age of medical technology.
nice.
So I'm just gonna tell them that I had reason to believe there was a lunatic who was gonna try and crash the train, and I had the ability to stop him, and I did what I had to do.
Okay. Kat, what about you?
I think you know what she says. I mean, yeah. So this is like hours later, right?
Probably a day or two.
Okay. So
all of you had to recover in various levels.
Right. I think she has, recovered somewhat. But she's still not all there. And so when they finally get her to start paying attention, she just says, it was in there. It was in there, in with the engine. I saw it at the bottom where the coal's supposed to be.
We found a container with a broken up statue and some scrolls in there. Is that what you saw?
Yeah. She's lying.
At least
no.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll ask if I can see them.
Once we have concluded our investigation, we should know more. I will let you know by the end of the day.
Are they waiting for Simon to wake up?
Well, Silvio, okay. When all of you guys are separately being questioned by police, what do you say happened?
At what state did we get?
Trieste. We're in Trieste, so it's Italy.
But did the train keep going, or how did we get to?
The train rolled to a stop eventually outside of Trieste.
Okay. What do I say happened?
And yeah, looking at it, you guys were given a day to recover.
So would we have had time to get our stories on the same page before?
You are all questioned separately.
Okay.
We were held separately, apparently.
Yep. I think Silvio, as usual, doesn't want to talk much with authorities. So I think he would probably just say that something happened on the train. Not sure exactly what. Someone commandeered the train, maybe, but not sure exactly what happened.
Okay. So they don't really question any of you guys too heavily, at least not at first. But after that initial kind of them trying to figure out what's going on, eventually, within a couple of hours, you are all notified that, let's see, trying to find the exact wording here. So you are notified by the police officer who is in charge, clearly in charge. We have received word that as a part of a diplomatic agreement that all guests from the Orient Express will be released, that the matter is being tended to, and I am told to tell you specifically, and again, this is brought to each of you individually, that your group has a set of items that should be returned to you. And the police officer pulls out his notes. I am to tell you, Elena says thank you.
Nice. I knew it.
Yay! Someone lived
Yay.
and didn't go crazy.
So, yeah, you are then taken back to the Trieste police station and given your actual items that were with you, which was not much since most of it was left in Constantinople. And you are left alone in a room with the pieces of the simulacrum and all the scrolls.
Can we destroy them?
We'll have to do some reading first.
And translating. I'm assuming.
Simulacrum is assembled or no? It's in pieces.
It's in pieces.
I will start sorting through the scrolls.
Yeah. I'm assuming eventually Simon wakes up.
Yep. Yeah, you would have been wheeled there in a wheelchair.
Yep, I expect
Also,
that.
assuming, can I get a couple hit points back, or is that?
Don't worry about it.
Okay. So
We're all gonna die anyway.
Don't worry about it. It's the epilogue.
There's gonna be a nuclear explosion here when we try and destroy this thing. So, so we read the scrolls and we figure out how to destroy the thing, and we destroy it. Can we do that?
Hold on.
Okay.
Fast forward.
So, Kat, you are lucky that the scrolls were translated and had the notes from the museum with them, because it was in an ancient dialect, but there are notes on the translations in Turkish, English, and French.
Nice.
So, reading the English ones, you are able to, you kind of skim through them as best as you can to try to find the knowledge you need. And there are two rituals of sorts that are mentioned. The scroll of the left hand, or the scroll of the left arm, has the ritual of cleansing. And this is an actual ritual that's described. And it is clear when you read it that that is the sacrifice that it was referring to. Every 4 days, this ritual has to be performed by whoever claims the simulacrum. Otherwise, their body would begin deteriorating, what you're going through.
Gotcha.
Let's do that now.
The other one isn't actually a ritual. The scroll of the chest, the scroll of the torso, does describe a process in which the simulacrum can be destroyed. And it appears to be a magical process that ends with a heavy blow to the head of the simulacrum. So it's
satisfying.
It's something that you can do, but it's going to take it's going to take magical energy and probably a lot of it.
Gotcha. Is there any indication that we can't do both of these rituals, or is it like both can be done?
There's really nothing discussing it either way in
Okay.
the scrolls.
Okay.
Let's just do the cleansing one first.
Yeah,
at the same
definitely.
time.
If that's something that we can just do here, and I don't need any other components, then definitely going to do that first ritual.
Okay. So I need everyone to roll POW.
Cool.
Got it.
Success.
That's everyone but Simon. Yes, that's everyone.
Okay. So we're gonna kind of hand wave the magic points here. But yes, you are able to cast the ritual of cleansing, which is in this case a bit of a double-edged sword because you feel your connection to the simulacrum grow.
Oh god.
All of you feel the urge to, well, no one else has claimed it since the old one has died. Maybe I should claim it. But you all resist that urge.
Okay.
Yeah, I have a feeling that Silvio would just one-shot each of us if it came down to it, so...
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Whew.
Okay. So, yes, you have cast the ritual of cleansing.
Okay. So, do our bodies start like feeling normal again?
You know,
They
Sorry.
start.
Okay.
Your headache you can feel lessen. It's still going to, you have a feeling going to be recovering, but it starts to improve.
Do I have any indication, having read the scrolls now, that like if we destroy the simulacrum, is that gonna cause us to continue deteriorating every 4 days?
Quite the opposite.
Recovering? Okay. Okay.
You will never have to worry about this dark magic again. Other dark magic.
Yeah, let's just take it out of here and destroy it.
Mhm.
That's the first chance we get.
Okay, where's that rock chipper thing?
Cause another explosion.
The shrapnel from it is all over the place.
We just go off
Sure,
of space
that
on it.
spread across all.
Yeah, just take it out to a field.
I'm sure some of that shrapnel is in me right now, so...
Yeah, probably. Okay. So, yeah, you guys are allowed to leave the police station with the simulacrum and the scrolls. Where are you going to take it?
So, yeah, what do we need besides a heavy object?
There are no other instructions indicating anything special other than you have to go through this magical process and chant the right words and, that sort of thing.
We basically find a field, like an isolated field, basically, or something like that.
A park.
I mean, well, hopefully a clearing in the woods or something where there's not going to be people around. We don't want
Or
people
just outside town somewhere.
Yeah.
Yeah. We just don't want any bystanders to get hurt or anything.
Bring it to Chicago Central Park, yeah.
Yeah, Trieste, as you guys might recall, there is the mountains north of it, and yeah, there's plenty of space outside of the city that you can go to and be away from people.
You bring it deep into the Wait, was that where? Yeah, is that what I'm thinking of? Where we went into the caves?
That was the next stop. Postumina.
Okay.
In the ball.
You
so we'll just
had gotten the clue to go to those caves from here, but
we'll find some foothills though. We'll just find a nice little foothill with some wood.
This is the town with like all the cults, isn't it?
With a cult, yes. because it did have the Brotherhood in there, but now they're who knows what's going on with them.
Right, but we still have
there was another
What?
group for sure.
2 blessed buckshot rounds and whatever. Let's just go find a nice little quiet grove and do the thing that we're gonna do.
Do the deed.
Okay.
And the
So
world will
you
never
guys
know.
wheel me out into the field with this in my wheelchair, and
I don't know what we sacrificed to save them, but we'll know.
So yeah, you go
Are you
out.
expecting a parade, Mr. Carlyle?
Maybe a
You
bit.
go out outside of the city, and you begin the process contained within the scroll, which involves putting the pieces of the simulacrum back together, because it was created as one, needs to be destroyed as one. And with Kat leading you along, you all chant the appropriate words, and you feel the connection between you and the simulacrum weaken and waver. And with that, who is going to bring the blow down on the head of the simulacrum?
not it.
I mean, I could, but I feel like Silvio is the proper choice. There might be. I can. I will.
Yeah,
Nobody else.
I finished off of the guy, so take this.
Silvio feels like the.
That is really funny.
It's just like, it seems like it should be Silvio.
I mean, if there's indecision, yeah, Sylvia would. Okay.
No, I mean, I'll
Smash it.
totally do it. It just feels fitting for you to do it. Maybe can we both hammer it?
Sure.
Sure.
So
On a
yeah,
count of 3. 1, 2, 3. Bam.
you guys both swing shovels or hammers or whatever it was that you
Is this
brought
out of-
out with you down.
Tell me this is
on-
that scene out of Office Space.
Yes.
Already knew that.
and with the blows, the entire simulacrum just shatters, and it is chunks of inert rock on the ground now.
Nice.
Let's collect them.
What?
And with
Why?
that,
No,
we're going to end it.
we don't collect them.
Yeah, collecting them was the first mistake you guys made.
It's gonna be like the ending of Time Bandits.
Yeah.
Come up, pick up a piece, turn to ash.
But yeah, and in this case, we're going to end it fade to black on the 4 of you standing around the shattered remnants of the simulacrum. Your mission was a success, and you all managed somehow to survive.
Yeah. Okay. So we're all going back to Carlisle Manor. You're all gonna have a vacation. We're all gonna have a very nice, long, relaxing time.
Do we get paid the second half?
From who?
Yeah.
So actually, we have a little bit of time, not much, but what kind of questions do you guys have? Because there was a lot that you guys found, but there was also a lot that you guys missed.
So
Yeah,
was Beddoes Mimit in disguise or just like an agent?
So the smith that you saw get burned up by the fire vampire, that was Mimit.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
So Beddoes was just some servant of his then?
Beddoes, he had essentially threatened his life to play the part that he did.
Wait, so was Beddoes he was the legit butler of Smith and he just got that's so
Yeah.
sad. Okay.
That's sad.
He probably didn't make it then.
Yeah, he almost certainly got his throat cut after that. That's
He actually did not. He was being held by the Brotherhood in London, and after what you guys did, the Brotherhood kind of fractures, and he would have survived. Yes.
Oh, that's nice.
Jesus Christ.
Uh,
Sorry.
So Entropy Freak asked something in the chat. Did you find Smith in Constantinople?
What?
The actual book has Smith in a cell in Constantinople.
Wow.
And the way that the campaign has it, I kind of wanted to play that scene differently. So rather than being captured, discovering him that way, I thought it would be much more of a blow for you guys to find out at the very end. What do you mean you were told? But he was dead.
That's cool. I like that.
Oh, this was awesome. Trying to think of questions. Oh yeah, does Baba find us and kill us?
You specifically, I think that she'd be coming after Simon, but no, you guys, assuming you don't go to Eastern Europe or Southeastern Europe again, you're pretty safe from her.
Well, we killed her hut that was the avatar of her god, whatever, right? She's probably pretty spiteful about that. So stay out of the Balkans. The main thing is stay out of the Balkans.
Yeah. By the way, Baba Yaga, she is a servant of Shub-Niggurath. So that's why the Dark Young were there.
Yeah.
So we gave what happened with the whole Ithaqua stuff, which was who was serving Ithaqua?
Yeah, what was that about?
Did we end up facilitating another end of later?
No, actually, you what you did was kind of a net neutral. The Ligor are servants of / aspects of Ithaqua, and they were the ones that were causing the hideous cold wind in that part of the world because they had been denied their magic artifact that was theirs for decades, and they were getting more and more pissed off. So they were the ones causing the cold wind. Basically, you returning it, or there was a possible way to defeat them. If you had done either of those, the cold wind ends. Doesn't actually impact the end of the world at all. It literally is just the Ligor are now, not going to make people's lives miserable there.
We did it.
But they got what they wanted from us.
That's fine. We got our lives, so I'm happy with that.
Yeah.
So I have a few of our watchers sending me messages, direct messages through Discord. So one of them asks, so tell me, what the fuck was it that Kat saw in...
Yes! Yes!
So, this is something that was potentially able to be revealed a different way, but what Kat saw was when she threw the dust on it and was peering in there, the train was actually becoming an aspect of the Skinless One, which is one of the many, many masks of Nyarlathotep. And what she saw was the mask being torn away and the true form of Nyarlathotep underneath, which I was convinced was going to drive her permanently insane.
It was pretty close. I have 6 sanity left. I lost 19 sanity.
Oh my god.
It's enough. So she definitely needs the vacation. This is why we're going to Clifton or Carlisle Manor, and she's going to be treated very nicely, and she's just going to relax for a while.
I just want to say I ended with more sanity than I started with.
That's ridiculous.
I'm surprised. I
don't have spells to cast, apparently.
I went from... So I started this campaign with like 80 something.
Yeah.
Oh,
Down to
wow.
6.
Yeah, down to 6.
That's awesome.
That's what happens when you're the dedicated spellcaster.
Yeah. And,
And-
you know, see an ancient one.
Not just
And just
yeah,
so
not
you
just
know,
dedicated
the
spellcaster.
sanity loss for seeing Narlathotep's true form is a D100.
Oh my
So
god.
you got
What?
lucky.
Gosh.
Oh.
Wow.
Wow.
Yeah, so you're still sane.
Wow,
So
way luckier
Matthew,
than I thought. Oh my god.
but yeah, he needs some special treatment.
That's
So
intense.
KSS in the chat want everybody to say what their favorite encounter of the campaign was. Real quick. Yeah. What was
I
your
really, really liked the train battle, even though it was short. That was a lot of
With the
fun.
vampire Fenelek?
Yeah, with the vampire Fenelek, yeah.
nice?
That probably has to be it.
I'm thinking Baba Yaga's hut, actually.
Oh, yeah, no, I think,
That's
yeah,
not-
you're probably right about that. That was brutal. Man, that was brutal. And then it was like, nope, broken ankle, don't give a shit, just get up, we're just gonna pull. We're just gonna run. Like,
Yep.
yeah. Yeah.
And I suppose I can, start calling you by your actual names, not character names. Ian, what was your favorite?
I would say punching out fascists, but when my fists encountered fascist face. It's more of a simple one actually, but I think
Oh,
the
no,
ground
cut off.
and the
Breaking out, bro.
when we in France when we went below the ground and there, just a simple encounter, but I think that was the first time.
With the
With the
skeletons.
skillies, yeah.
Yeah, like you can't deny what's happening anymore.
Yeah.
Right.
Everyone's walking around.
It's like, hey,
I
look
do
at all
have
this
to-
torture equipment. Oh, these skeletons. Oh, great.
I do have to put a side note in there that bashing fascists was just like
Yeah.
so satisfying. Like,
Yeah,
man,
Josh,
that
do
was, like,
you have a count of how many fascists we killed?
Mhm.
Killed? I think it's
Not only, no, we didn't
4
kill
or
him. We
5.
just bashed the out of him, and then we stuffed him in the sewer, and that was so
Mhm.
satisfying.
Yeah, and
Matt,
as I put in chat, I imagine you afterwards they in it help with things,
Yeah, I like that.
add to the count.
Absolutely. Max, what about you?
I think I have 2 picks. I really liked the final fight with Count Fenelek, even though it was resolved quickly. And I remember like going back and thinking like, why did I enjoy that combat encounter so much? If it were D&D and we had killed a boss in one hit, it would have felt really cheesy. And I think it was because didn't feel like an enemy. It felt like a problem that we had to solve. You know what I mean?
I'm glad you say that, because
Yeah.
that is what I tried most often to make combat. Yes, sometimes the combat was just combat, but every case combat started, it was there was a way that you could avoid it, and there were often ways around it. So I'm glad that you felt that way.
Yeah. So that was cool. And then I also liked the Opera House encounter because I'm a big fan of Parasite Eve.
Yeah, you know I'm a fan of that, and anybody who has played Parasite Eve, I'm sure that you could see the moments that I brought into that. Mostly ran it out of the book, but there were definitely things that I pulled out of Parasite Eve. So, what would have happened if one or more would have failed that last POW test? Yeah, that's kind of what I would have left up to you guys. Whatever would have happened, I would have asked that it be cinematic. But if anybody would have failed, they would have tried to somehow take control of the simulacrum. Wouldn't have been like game over unless Silvio decides to headshot them. But
That would be
yeah,
such an epic
it would have been something where there would have been a little extra strife and one extra scene to tack on the end there.
Can I just say?
Oh yeah, go ahead.
I just loved how the ending was like basically like Silvio is grabbing Simon's gun with Katya's blessed bullets and does those like it was just such a like a beautiful synergistic like final move. Like it was it couldn't have played out like cooler in I really liked how it played out.
Yeah, it played out awesome.
Yes.
I really
Yeah.
like this last
Very
combat.
very teamworky. Like it was very cool.
Well, actually, that kind of plays into the next question from the chat. There were a few sessions you said played out a lot differently than you thought. Was there something you really wish that you got to play out that the players derailed? So two things related to that. There was a whole scene in an asylum in Paris that they neglected to go hang out with the doctor at his chateau, which, don't get me wrong, that was great, and had some really cool RP, but the asylum had some really cool stuff going on there. But if they had gone there by the time they arrived, they probably wouldn't have dealt with the family at the chateau. They would have known where it was, gone in, grabbed the first piece, and gotten out. So I'm not saying I wish it would have played out differently, but that is one instance. And then one that I definitely didn't want to play out differently, but I did want to say is different from the book. Most of this ending I completely changed from the campaign. The
Really?
train was going to, head back to London, but for different reasons, which you guys still never found out why he was going back to London.
The more we
But-
find out, the less sanity we end up with, though. So
Yeah.
I'm fine.
Can we find out, or are we gonna?
I'm going to tell you what it was, but
Okay.
the ending of the book was not very pulpy at all, and more classic, Cthulhu stuff, and had another rug pulled out from underneath you moment that I decided to skip to make a more pulpy ending. So, but the reason why he was headed back was he was spreading the baleful influence all across Europe. If he had made it back to London, there would have been a wave of, what you guys experienced in the different towns, but much, much worse. And the results would have been horrific for everybody involved. He was basically just using the train back to London to spread his influence, and then he was going to create a new seat of power for Europe for himself based out of London.
Good for him. Too bad he's dead.
Yeah.
Good for him. I really did not expect the twist of Professor Smith / Beddoes being like
I did.
bad the whole time. I don't know.
Didn't someone mention that though?
I'm usually the guy who sees the twists. I'm not.
It was so early in the campaign that
Right.
it's like
So,
because usually you have your quest giver and
yeah.
But I don't know.
you
The
guys
longer time went on, it became more and more obvious that this was something that we should be doing, and Professor Smith is probably a good guy. Oops.
And you
all
guys
the times we sent messages,
you guys kept sending messages, and those were going straight to one of Mehmet's cronies back in the day.
God damn.
Oh, God.
The second, the end of the third to last thing where it's like, no, they're kidnapping kids. We got to go deal with this. And then it's like we get in there and it's like click, and it's like, God damn it, we walked right into this. He was the one who said about the kid. Like it's just like, it's just,
Yeah. The kids are okay, right? Tell me they're okay.
Yeah. Oh,
Yes.
right. Yeah.
If you don't tell me they're okay, we're gonna have a talk.
Mehmet literally did not care about those kids at all. The former leader of the cult, his father, was going to make them into like a fleshy monstrosity, and Mehmet just didn't care one way or the other, and he saw using them as a bargaining chip as a way that he could more easily get the pieces off of you. He could have otherwise just taken them from you, or had you, captured by the rest of the crew, but he saw it as a way that, no, this is easier. And that is his major downfall, is like many bad guys in Lovecraft and Call of Cthulhu, he tried to take a shortcut and let you guys live, and came back to bite him.
Classic villain blunder.
And Entropy Freak says in the chat that apparently a player in his game of this also just immediately started digging around in the taxidermied bear and in the dream. So apparently you're not the only psycho.
It's like an open box, right? It's an open box. You have to see what's in it. Okay.
Yeah.
So
by open box, you mean a bear carcass, a rotting bear carcass.
Exactly. Yeah, it's just like a cupboard.
Josh,
that dream heist thing, though. I mean, I was so proud of the whole thing, especially because we actually managed to save the dude and his brother. Like that was such a cool like. I mean, it was basically all Simon, but like we helped. Simon it was like, no, we're gonna do this and this, and it's like, all right, whatever. And
Josh, what would have happened in Dream Lusan if we had actually confronted the Duke?
One of you would have died.
Yeah.
Flat out. He was so ridiculously powerful. The plan was to kill off one of you to basically, make his point, and then at that point, he would have taken a fake scroll that had been made. And
so was he just like an agent of Mimit?
No, he was completely unconnected.
Oh.
He was just some greedy, fucked up bad guy that wanted more magic.
Cool.
Wow.
So
that probably would have been me dead then. So I was on my way to confront.
We had to. Looking back on that session, I want to go back and revisit that, because I remember you were like walking forward.
Yeah, I was headed straight for
you back.
I was, and this was something that I prepared for. I knew that it was a possibility, and this is why I told you guys, hey, deaths happen. And I think even right before you guys got to Luzon, I gave a warning of, hey, it's Call of Cthulhu. If something happens, something happens. The only thing was that, Silvio, you had enough luck at that point. You could have spent it to get buy your way out of it, and we would have had to come up with some, explanation for how. But yeah, he was ridiculously powerful.
Yeah, so it was sort of funny. You sort of gave us that warning, but then I kept succeeding at every single check. And so I'm like, oh, this is just a dream. And then I was like, oh no, this is going to end up so bad for me.
Oh, that would have been hilarious if it was you, Simon. So yeah, any other questions you guys have?
I guess, okay, hold on. So what happened? The question I guess I have, what's her name? The daughter of our contact in the ball game.
Jasmina.
Yeah, what happened to
her? She is an emotional wreck, but she got by and got back on her feet. So yeah, definitely is walking away with baggage, but is still walking away.
Yeah.
Can Katerina hook up with Alina?
Yes. Although it would be a pretty shitty relationship, because being with a spy, no.
How about I saved your life?
Well, along those lines, can Clifton hook back up with Lady Katrina. Katrina Karnova. I can't.
Uh,
He shows up and he doesn't remember her name.
yeah. Hey, that one chick that liked me. God, I don't remember what her last name was offhand, but let me check. Yeah, you could get back with her. She speaking of walking away with baggage, she definitely has some baggage.
Well, so does Clifton clearly now, so they're a good match.
Oh yeah, should we all do like a last scene, like what happens with our character?
That was actually how I was kind of wanting to end this, is
Okay,
asking
cool.
you guys where you see your characters going on from here.
Well, fascist Italy is not exactly somewhere that Clifton wants to be. So maybe he spends some time with Katrina, the Italian Katrina, but goes back to part of the world that's not fucking fascist. And honestly, though, I'm not. I was joking, but I'm not. Like, I think seriously, he's got the money. We now have money. Like, Clifton wants to suggest we go take a fucking vacation, in a really nice place that's super chill and because everyone needs it. Honestly, all four of us need it so hard. Like, we should go to Tahiti or the Caribbean or some shit, and that's yeah. Otherwise,
Okay.
yeah.
I hear there's an Antarctic cruise that's really popular.
I was going to say, you stay chill. The Antarctic is very chill.
Yeah.
I have behind me the Beyond the Mountains of Madness sequel campaign.
We'll run it in 15
By the way, Caterina Cavallero.
Caballero, yes, that's what it was. Caballero. So he probably has
Okay.
some fun with her, but as was stated before, she doesn't exactly stick around with any particular, So have
Yeah.
some fun and then take off.
Heartbreaker. Let's see how it is. Okay, Max, where do you see Kat going after this?
I don't think Kat takes a vacation. I think Kat delves deeper and deeper into magic and into eldritch lore, probably until it consumes her, until there's nothing left.
By the way, since you never actually followed through on reconnecting with the cats, they were dealing with the moon beasts while you were in your fugue state. Which the moon beasts, for those of you who do not know, are sometimes servants of Narlathotep.
Oh God.
So that was actually meant to be kind of a early hint that you were facing an aspect of that if you had followed up on that, which I don't blame you for not following up. You were dealing with other shit, but yeah.
A few other things going on, yeah.
So you would still have that to deal with, because Narlathotep doesn't really let go of grudges easy.
Yeah.
So, Ian, where do you see Silvio going? Besides to murder fascists.
I mean, that's pretty much it. I think Silvio slightly declined the offer. We ended in Italy, so I think he'd
Okay.
tell everyone he's gonna stay behind, and he's gonna hook up with the burgeoning resistance there and comrades, and spend the next time trying to resist fascism. I think after all, kind of without hope. Strangely, despite how traumatic everything made him realize how important it is to smash all these power mongers, because that's kind of what lets all this other bad weird stuff happen too, is these people like this. So that's what he'd do, and we can leave it to the imagination if he survives or not. Probably not good odds being in the Italian resistance, but yeah, that's what he spends his time doing.
Okay, awesome. Entropy asked in the chat, how did Kat meet the scary talking cat? In her background, she took a trip to the Dreamlands and forged a pact for, mutual aid, essentially. And the cats of Ulthur, as long as you treat them right, they stick around. So to finish us out, Justin, where do you see Simon?
Well, Simon actually had a pretty completely parallel background to this. He was he was a thief, but he was trying to go legit, and he actually was blamed for some robbery that he didn't do. So his whole thing was he wanted to get his name cleared so he could get back home, so he could convince the girl that he loved to marry him, and so it was actually sort of a sappy love story. So.
Aww. That's
could probably help with it a little bit.
Yeah, if you would have looked through any of my stuff, you probably would have found my engagement ring. So.
Mm-hmm. I was waiting to see if any of that backstory stuff came up.
What's the deal with Clifton's watch?
So you can say, Brian, what you know about it, and I will fill in the actual truth.
Okay, so basically, it's a family heirloom. He keeps it with him. It's said to be a lucky charm, and that's his ancestors are watching over him or whatever through the watch. That's it. That's all he knows. But he keeps it with him because it's lucky, and it's high quality.
So what was actually the case about the watch is if it had been opened up, like in the actual workings of the watch, the internal casing had an elder sign.
Oh.
And that was the truth behind your luck and your family's luck is long time ago, somebody in your family's past picked up this watch, and it was owned previously by somebody who had put an elder sign on it, so that way they could always have it with them. And so technically, Kat, well, you wouldn't have had to make that if you knew. Normally, though, elder signs are done on rock, but I decided to fudge it a little for the story behind it. But
I figured it was
like it
along those lines, but it was just like, I'm just gonna, it's just he keeps it with him. It's his mom told him it was a thing that he needed to hold on to it. So,
and here
okay.
I thought it was cursed or something.
So we thank all of you guys who stuck with us, and especially for our little bit of recap at the end here. We appreciate you guys watching. We will be returning. We're going to be taking the holidays off and January off. We might, we haven't decided, but we might stream like a one-shot or something. Who knows? But we will be returning with Nick, the actual owner of the channel, running D&D again in a homebrew setting. So that will be starting up in a couple of months. We thank you guys for joining us, though, on this trip on the Orient Express.
Thank you. Thank you. Bye.
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 Bye.